Thank you, members. Good morning, members, officers, and any members of the public joining us today. Welcome to this meeting of the South Cambridgeshire District Council Planning Meeting on the 12th of June 2024. My name is Councillor Anna Bradnam and I'm the Chair of the committee. My Vice Chair is Councillor Peter Fane.
Morning members, Peter Fane from Shelford Ward.
Thank you. Those in the chamber are reminded that the meeting is being live streamed. By your presence here in the chamber and via video conference, you're deemed to have consented to being filmed and to the use of images and sound recordings for a webcast and archived recording. May I ask those who are joining us remotely to ensure that their camera and microphone remain off unless they're addressing the committee. For those of us present in the room, please ensure your microphone's close to you and speak clearly when addressing the room. Which makes me wonder if mine's close enough. I'm advised that there will be a brief fire alarm test at 10:30 a.m, so we'll pause the meeting at that time. And for those of us in the chamber, please note that we don't have to leave the building during these tests. If at any time a member leaves the meeting, please would they make that fact known so it can be recorded in the minutes. So, item 2 on the agenda is apologies. Would you like to, Lawrence, would you like to tell us who has given apologies?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, everyone. So 3 apologies today coming from Councillors Dr. Toomey Hawkins, Heather Williams and Jeff Harvey, and we've got Councillors Corinne Garvey and Mark Howe kindly joining us as substitutes today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, members, item 3 is declarations of interest. Do members have any interest to declare in relation to any item of business on this agenda? Thank you. Councillor Howell. Don't worry.
We'll use Richard's mic just for the minute, just so it's on the record if that's not working.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, one of the applications is from Camborne. I don't think I know the individual, but there's a possibility I do.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howell. And I can't see any others. If an interest subsequently becomes apparent later in the meeting, please would you raise it at that point. So, next item is 4, the minutes of the previous meeting, which was on the 8th of May at 10 o'clock. So, members, do you have any amendments for those minutes? No? By the look of it, although people are looking down, I don't think anybody. Do you want to go through page by page? It's quite short. Page 1, which is on our page 5, and page 6. Nothing? Okay then, members. So can we take approval of those minutes by affirmation, please?
Yes.
Agreed? Thank you. So that's agreed. The minutes of the meeting held on the 8th of May 2024 are agreed as a correct record. Thank you. So then we move on to item 5, which is in Caldecott. So this is 23/03096/S73, which is land east of Highfields Road, Highfields, Caldecott. Forgive me, can I just check, is it normal for me to read this part, or is it for the officers to read this part? Okay, up to me. So, the Section 73 application to vary a condition regarding the scheme for a shared use footway, cycleway along the western side of Highfields Road. The full details can be found in the agenda pack starting at page 9. The application has been reported to the committee as it's a departure from the development plan, being a new planning permission for a consented residential development outside of Caldecott development framework boundary. There are a number of key issues and the recommendation is to approve subject to conditions and the completion of a deed of variation to the S106 agreement. And for clarity, it is just to change the trigger at which a condition kicks in, isn't it? So Katie Christodoulides is the presenting officer, and thank you, Katie. Maybe you could give us your presentation.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just going to bring up my presentation. So the application here today is for Section 73 to vary Condition 18, which is a scheme for a shared use footway cycleway along the western side of Highfields Road of Planning Permission S37719 VC of the original planning consent, which was S251015 OL, which is outline permission for 140 dwellings. The Section 73 seeks to vary the condition wording to remove the requirement for further details to be submitted and amend the trigger for implementation. Land east of Highfields Road and Highfields Caldecott. So the site lies outside of the Caldecott development framework boundary and within flood zone 1, which is low risk. The whole site comprises 7.17 hectares on the eastern side of Highfields Caldecott. Part of the site, the northern section, is under construction for residential use, which is 66 dwellings, and that's phase 1, just marked here. Phase 2, which you can see on my cursor here, the southern section of the site has not been developed, and there is a current planning application which is submitted for 66 dwellings. So the site abuts Highfields Road on its western boundary with residential properties opposite, and then to the south lies existing residential on Clare Drive and Downs pastures. And then you've got agricultural fields to the east. And then just to highlight up here in yellow, there is a public footpath number 1 which leads to Caldecott. So from relevant planning history for the site, there was a previous Section 73 application which sought to vary Condition 18 and 20, with Condition 18 being the one that we're looking at today, which is a scheme for a shared use footway cycleway, and then 20 being some materials used for access and public rights of way. That application was refused by members of Planning Committee in March 2022 on the grounds of the loss of the section of the shared use footway cycleway along the western side of Highfields Road and the lack of provision of a circular public bridleway as required by the original consent in 2015, which was later varied. And this was refused on the result of the loss of the infrastructure deemed necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms and to cause harm to permeability, accessibility and sustainability, being contrary to policies HQ1 and T12. This application went to appeal, in which it was dismissed by the inspector, and the inspector, taking from their reports, stated that it is the view that the quality of the development, if allowed, would be materially diminished when compared to the approved scheme as a result of the loss of the section of the shared cycle link. And the inspector said that I find the Condition 18, number 18, is both necessary and reasonable having regard to the location of the development. So yeah, there's quite a lot of text on here, quite a lot of words here, but the existing condition, which is part of the 2015 outline, just wanted to specify what that states, and it states no development shall commence until a scheme for a shared use footway cycleway along the western side of Highfield Road from the new development northern access to St Neots Road has been submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. The scheme should be completed prior to the occupation of the first dwelling on site. So that's the existing condition wording for the 2015 consent. The second bit here, which is the refused condition as part of the refused Section 73, which was in 2021, the wording sought to be changed to prior to occupation of the first dwelling on the site, the following highways work shall be completed in accordance with drawings, and then it specifies the drawings. And it states that a footway from the new development's southern access along Highfields Road to Clare Drive roundabout, a footway from the new development northern access along Highfields Road to the northern side of the West Drive roundabout, then a shared use footway cycleway along Highfields Road from the northern side of the West Drive roundabout to St Neots Road. This application, which we're looking at today, the proposed wording of the condition seeks to be varied to not to occupy more than 37 market dwellings until the shared use footway cycleway along the western side of Highfields Road from the new development northern access to St Neots Road has been implemented in accordance with, and it specifies the drawings. So the refused section 73 was for a part footway and then also a part shared use footway cycleway. This application is for a full shared use cycleway and footway, and as stated, it seeks to vary the condition wording to remove the requirement for further details to be submitted and to amend the trigger for implementation. So looking at the plans here, we've got the southern section and the northern section. So just to show you kind of where we are, give a bit of detail. We've got the Clare Drive roundabout here. We've got the new northern access here. Southern access there, sorry. New northern access here. The footpath that goes up to Caldecott. The West Drive roundabout, which leads further up. And then we go join the plan here, which leads further up to the St Neots Road roundabout. What is being proposed is for shared use cycle pedestrian route here up to the southern access, and then there's a path within the site, and then from the northern access, a little bit of a shared use pedestrian cycle route, and then that continues up on this bit here, all the way along up to the roundabout. So if we just look in further detail, so we've got the photograph here, so we're at Clare Drive here, so it's this bit on the western side here, and then to the southern access where there's a new proposed widened footpath. So you can see in orange the existing footpath and blue the proposed widened footpath. So we're just going to move up the road, and then you've got here the proposed new footpath which links up with the northern access, and then onto the other side of the road up to Clare Drive, up to West Drive here and the roundabout. And then you've got West Drive roundabout, and it moves up along here showing a detailed existing and then the widened footpath further up to the roundabout here with St Neots Road. So just to kind of clarify, the proposal is for a shared use footway cycleway for pedestrians and cyclists. And it's different to the refused section 73, which sought to provide a footway from the site entrance along Highfields Road up to and slightly beyond the junction with West Drive, and then a shared use footway cycleway further up to St Neots Road. So in terms of material considerations, there's no in-principle objection to the proposed section 73 application. Officers consider it appropriate to vary the wording of condition 18 with no objection from the local highways authority. The proposals are considered acceptable in regards to trees and landscaping, and a condition in regard to ecological compliance, condition number 29 will satisfy the ecology officer. There'll be no impact on biodiversity. The application is recommended for approval subject to conditions and completion of the deed of variation to the section 106 agreement. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, members, thank you very much. So the crux of this is that it's different to the previous S73. It provides a continuous shared use footpath either on the western path or through the development and up the western side of the path. But the change is the trigger point. It's instead of being at first occupation, it's from 37th occupation. So, members, do we have any questions of clarity for the officer? Okay. Councillor Khan, Councillor Williams.
Presumably, actually, this is not a change from the previous situation, but I was just interested that this proposal involves two crossings of the road. Was it not considered possible to design it so that that there was a through route without crossing the road? It seems to me that you're increasing the risk to users if you're having two crossings of the road. But
So the condition is, for a cycle footway along the western side of Highfields Road. In terms of kind of highway safety, the local highways authority is happy in regards to those crossings, and they've raised no concerns in regard to highway safety.
Councillor Williams?
Thank you, Chair. It's a very simple question, really. So, what I'm interested in is why they want to change the trigger point.
Because they're currently in breach of the condition, the existing condition, which says no development shall commence until a scheme for a shared use footway. Development has commenced, so they're looking to rectify that.
I think that explains it. I can't see any other questions. Oh, Councillor Howell?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, just a quick one, really on page 15. The Parish Council commented in August 2023 objecting, but they did make a comment in April of this year. So do I take it they're still objecting?
Yes,
yeah.
they do.
Okay,
yes,
thank you very much.
Thank you. And I just wanted to be clear. My previous visit to Highfields Caldecott was at the very beginning of the inception of this planning application, and I know residents were very concerned about drainage, and we have some comments on drainage, which I'm not going to be able to find now, but can you reassure us that the issues and concerns, yes, here we are, there was at 6.49, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th bullet says, why does the dish channel drain not include the part between numbers 125 and 127 Highfields Road, as this is where the current path is prone to flood? And actually from your photograph at the very beginning of your presentation, it demonstrated that the footpath slopes down into those properties on the west side of Highfields Road. So can you just clarify that you know, the drainage officer says, oh no, the water will be carried to the east side of the road, but of course that's all very well until it isn't. I just wondered whether we've got any confidence that the drainage arrangements are satisfactory, and what would be the comeback if those properties on the west side of Highfields Road were flooded.
Thank you, Chair. If I go back through the history, apologies. So the outline application in 2015 was a non-determination appeal, but it was refused by members, and it was drainage. Actually, I'm looking at the decision notice for the appeal when it was approved, was considered by the inspector at appeal, and he put those conditions on. The Section 73 application, again on condition 18, was refused by committee, but not raising any drainage concerns. And consistently throughout, there's been no technical objection through the lead local flood authority, which is the same on this application. So although it has been raised by the neighbours, I would advise it would be unreasonable to introduce this now as a concern and a reason for refusal if that was the case, because it's consistently been considered acceptable through members and through the planning inspectorate.
Okay, thank you very much for reassuring us about that. Councillor Sandford.
Thank you, Chair. I think Rebecca Smith actually just answered my question. Can we just say for clarity, the only thing we are considering today is the change to the trigger point. The design of the footpath, the technical aspects are all set in stone.
Yep.
Any discussion today is irrelevant. Is that correct?
Well, no, we're allowed to debate.
We're debating something we have no influence over.
We're entitled to debate the trigger point. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're debating
We're not
things
debating
that
the
are...
design.
Right,
That's-
correct.
yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so we're rapidly moving into debate. So, members,
Speakers?
we're in debate. Do you have any?
Do we have any public speakers?
Oh, right, okay. Yes, sorry. Good point, thank you. Right, so we've actually got some speakers. We have the agent, Kate Goldie from Vistry, and Ed Durrant from Pegasus. Would you like to come forward to the table at the back? Oh gosh, you're a very long way away, aren't you? Right, okay. Thank you. Welcome. I'm assuming you're Ed. Thank you. Do proceed. You remember you have 3 minutes and we'll pause you if you risk going over. Thank you. Do go ahead.
Thank you for this opportunity to address the Planning Committee. We welcome the comprehensive report prepared by officers and fully endorse the recommendation within it. This application is only necessary due to the fact that there is insufficient land available within the control of the applicant and the County Council to deliver the extent of shared path envisioned when Condition 18 was imposed. The previous application to vary Condition 18 was dismissed at appeal due to there not being enough evidence that potential alternative arrangements for greater pedestrian and cycle connectivity had been explored. Following the appeal, the applicant secured technical approval for an alternative scheme that is deliverable on land they control and highways land. This scheme has been developed in consultation with the County Council as part of a Section 278 agreement. As a result of the consultation, the engineering plans have been revised to accommodate the root protection zones of nearby trees. The submitted impact assessment confirms that the pathway widening can be carried out without significant impact on these nearby trees. These works will incorporate appropriate mitigation in the form of non-dig surface deep design using cellular confinement system. Moreover, any works taking place near higher category trees will be supervised by an arboriculturist. This mitigation and the design of the finished surface will allow the ongoing survival and stability of nearby trees. Through the application process, the County Council has confirmed that the design of the footway cycleway is considered to be the most appropriate given the constraints of the local topography and extents of the adopted public highway in the vicinity of the site. Given these constraints, the scheme proposes an alternative arrangement that will successfully mitigate the impact of development traffic upon the local highway network and provide a high standard of facilities for walkers, cyclists and public transport users in accordance with policy TI3. The neighbours and parish council's comments about surface water drainage are noted. The LLFA has confirmed that it has reviewed the scheme and has no objection as to how the widened footway will drain. As this will ultimately be maintained by the County Council as public highway, their agreement to the technical details should provide members with the confidence that there is no risk of surface water not being appropriately mitigated. Some of the matters initially raised by the Parish Council are outside the scope of the works that are required by Condition 18, works that were deemed necessary when the planning permission was granted for the development of the site. There are no technical objections to this application, which would still result in the delivery of an improved footway and footway cycleway arrangement along Highfields Road than currently exists. Accordingly, we welcome members taking the opportunity to endorse the recommendation of your professional officers by approving this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Durrant. So now we come on to the Parish Council. We've got Councillor Mary Ann Claridge from Caldecott Parish Council. Would you like to put your camera and microphone on now? Thank you. We can't hear you. Oh, that's worrying.
Can I try again?
Oh, yes. Yes, we can now. Great.
Good. It was agreed at the Parish Council meeting last week that I should speak on their behalf.
Thank you very much for that confirmation. Do go ahead.
Okay. Although we're opposing this proposal, we do want the highway works to go ahead, but we believe that there are some improvements that should be made and that further details do need to be submitted. We share the concerns expressed by one of the councils that the crossings are exactly where cars accelerate out of the village. This stretch of road is dangerous, and having two crossings there constitutes a danger. We also share the concerns that were raised about flooding. The properties on the west side of Highfields Road are lower than the road. They have previously flooded. There are, I believe, 6 houses along that stretch of roads that were flooded by water pouring off the road. The northern entrance to the development is just a few yards away from the bridle path going via Highfields Farm to St Neots Road and from there on to Hardwick. This is a really frequently used bridle path. As proposed, pedestrians would have to exit the site, cross the road, walk a few yards north and then cross it again. This is dangerous. The alternative would be to walk up the very wet and uneven verge, and I can't see anybody doing that. People are going to walk in the road. We requested that the path from the northern exit should be extended up to the bridleway. We believe there is sufficient space to do that, even if not at full width. It would be a great benefit, and we ask you to consider it. While it's in flood zone 1, the village is very sensitive to surface water flooding, and a lot of water historically has come from this site. Throughout the development, we have had a liaison meeting which has included Lyndon or Vistry, Parish Council, planning officers and our District Councillor, Toomey Hawkins. At, I think, every meeting during that time, we've asked that the boundary hedge and ditch between the site and Highfields Road should be cleared and maintained. This was discussed under the planning inspector for the original inquiry, and it was agreed that it should be done. In particular, there's a culvert under the old entrance that was filled in during the build, and we've asked for that to be cleared. At every meeting, we were told this would be done as part of these footpath and highways works. I couldn't find any mention of this work in this proposal. We're running out of triggers to get this done. Please would you ensure that the clearance work is clearly required as this package of work? I'm also slightly concerned that the change in the triggers appears to remove the trigger for the southern footway. I believe it only referred to the northern footway. Would you mind checking that, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Claridge. That's really helpful. Could we perhaps seek some clarification on some of those points, Rebecca? Do we know about anything about the culvert under the under the old entrance?
I can answer about the maintenance of the ditch, if that's helpful.
Thank you. And the hedge, because
that related to condition 23 of the outline permission, which was which related to design, implementation, maintenance, management of surface water drainage and the sustainable drainage system. That included a scheme for maintenance of the ditch for the Highfields Road, which I will need to ask Katie if that one has been discharged. I assume it has been, but we might need to come back to you on that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fay.
Yes, I wonder if we could just have a look again at the plan showing the northern end of the footpath where it crosses the road and where the bridle path then continues to Caldecott.
Yes, if we could look at where the point that Councillor Claridge made about the access to the bridle path.
So the southern entrance in here, no, that's not the right one. Here, so the northern entrance is here, and then you've got the, just pause a moment.
Sorry, do carry on, Katie.
So you've got the bridleway, the public footpath here, and then you've got the pavement on here, and then the northern entrance there. Is that the section you're referring to?
Yes, the reason for my question was that Councillor Claridge said that it would be possible, there is room, to extend that footpath a bit further on the east side of the road there to join up with the heavily used bridle path to Caldecott further to the north. And I just wondered if we could clarify whether that would in fact be possible.
So so in terms of that, it's not considered possible because there's insufficient width there between the carriageway and the adjacent ditch. Also, it kind of falls out of the scope of the condition because the condition wording of the original consent says no development should commence until a scheme for a shared use footway cycleway along the western side of Highfields Road from the new development northern access to St Neots Road. So it's not actually required for a footway on that part, on the western side.
That's helpful. I wonder if we could also ask whether it's unusual to do this, but again, Councillor Claridge said the culvert has never been cleared. Unusual to make that a condition. Could we make that a condition?
So the outline application dealt with all of the conditions relating to the drainage. I've just found the outline consent and the associated conditions, and condition 23 on the outline has been discharged and approved by the League Local Flood Authority. So they have approved the details in terms of the clearing and maintenance of the ditches and also the general drainage information.
Sorry, can I just come back on that? Councillor Claridge pointed out that there was no evidence that it had actually, the culvert had actually been cleared. I mean, the condition may have been discharged, but whether the work's actually been done is a different thing. How would we make sure that that culvert had been actually cleared?
If there's a breach of the condition, then that would need to be alerted to the compliance team.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Claridge, you heard it here first. If there is a breach of that condition and that old culvert, sorry, the culvert under the old entrance has not been cleared, you need to report that as a breach of condition to the compliance officers. So I'll leave that with you.
Thank you.
Right. So, members, winter debate. Any further questions? I must say, can I just ask for clarity on the element where it said all matters to be reserved with the exception of this main site access, to remove the requirement for further details to be submitted for approval and amend the trigger for implementation. Would it previously have needed to come back for approval to officers at all? Or is this it? This is what we see is what Caldecott residents get?
Yes, because the condition, the proposed condition has to be implemented in accordance with drawings, and it specifies the drawings, so this is what would be built, yeah.
Very much. Councillor Richard Williams?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it was slightly on that point. I think there are really two things happening here. We are effectively discharging the condition, the way I'm seeing this, by approving these drawings, because previously under the old condition that would have been needed to be submitted and approved. And then separately, we're changing the trigger point. Just in terms of, if we're into general debate now, I'm not hearing, aside from the points we've just covered, I'm not hearing concerns particularly about the design of the cycleway. I am concerned about changing this trigger point because essentially what we're doing is we're changing it just because it's been breached. And I'm slightly I'm not clear really why the developers can't just submit the drawings for approval and then try and discharge the condition. Why we're being asked to change the condition to basically legitimise the fact that they haven't complied with the original condition. And it does raise a question in my mind they haven't complied with the first condition. If we change this trigger point, what's to say they'll just ignore this trigger point?
Point is that there are 37 houses occupied shortly, but thank you.
So in that case, it looks like they're not going to be able to build this cycle.
Councillor Williams,
Sorry.
let's wait to hear what Rebecca Smith says.
Apologies to jump in and come back on that one, but we couldn't actually discharge a condition for a pre-commencement condition once development has commenced. We wouldn't allow to be able to issue a decision on that notice, on that application.
It's a matter of factual change. Councillor Williams?
You can just come back on a question there, further question that is arisen by something you've just said, Chair. If 37 houses have already been occupied, or are about to be occupied, this new condition...
No. I was wrong to say that. I realised it as soon as I said it. They have asked for it to be at 37th occupancy. I do not know how many properties have been occupied yet on site. I assume they will have set it at a trigger point that they can achieve.
I will shut up after this point, I promise, Chair. It'd be useful if we could just get some clarification from the officers then about how many houses have been occupied on this site so far, if any.
We wouldn't be able to advise how many are occupied.
I have no way of verifying whether this is a realistic trigger point either.
Well, this is the application that's in front of us. This is what the applicant has advised they would like to amend the trigger to. All of our technical consultees are happy with that, so we have to determine the application on the basis as it is in front of us.
Thank you. Councillor Khan.
I understand that there's been a Section 278 application which has determined the design. Am I correct on that? And therefore the design has been agreed with the Highway Authority. And that's already almost set in stone. Have I understood this rightly or wrongly?
Yes, that's a separate matter with the county in terms of that, yeah.
So that's basically a fait accompli that we're dealing with and accepting already. So that's we're not going back on that because that's a separate issue.
We can't change the design, as indeed Councillor Sandford pointed out. Okay, members. So had lots of questions and to and fro. The recommendation I'm going to go to is on page 25, and the recommendation is to approve the application, section 73, as subject to the planning conditions as set out below, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted, delegated to officers, and subject to satisfactory completion of a deed of variation to the section 106 agreement as set out in the report, with minor amendments to as set out, delegated to officers. I'm not quite sure if that's quite the right wording, but anyway. I'll propose that. Would anybody second? Thank you, Councillor Khan. Can I take that? Would you like to go to a vote, or are we in agreement with that? Would you like to take that by affirmation? Councillor Williams?
I'm planning to abstain because I'm not particularly happy and satisfied that this condition is actually enforceable without knowing how many houses have been occupied.
So please could you set up a vote then? So if you wish to vote for the recommendation, which is to approve, press the blue button to say you're here and then the green button to say you approve. And if you object, press the red. Okay. Can we do the electronic vote and we'll take Councillor Howell's vote separately? Okay.
Apologies, I've just reloaded the vote. It should now work for mine.
Okay. So, sorry, those of you who voted, sorry, Corinne Gall? Oh, Corinne's isn't working either. Can we just pause on that vote while Aaron sorts out the voting?
Were you not logged in?
apologies, we'll suggest we go old school with this particular vote and do it by hands.
Do. Depends how long it's going to be.
Should we just take it by show of hands at the moment? Yeah.
Okay, so members, if you'd like to vote for this recommendation, would you put your hands up now? That's 6, I think. And if you wish to vote against, that's 2. And if you wish to abstain, that's 2.
So, by my count, that takes us to 6 votes for, 2 votes again, and two votes against, apologies, and 2 abstentions.
Just check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that adds up.
Yep.
So it's carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, members. Right, moving on. Come to item 5 in Fulbourn, 28 Cow Lane, which is 24/0138. Sorry, shall we pause while we just sort out the electronics? Right, we'll proceed. It's not clear whether we can... We'll see what happens and we'll take your vote manual. Oh, okay. Can we not swap the microphone in?
So, and if you can carry on, we'll be fine.
Okay, right, so we're on item 6, 28 Cow Lane in Fulbourn. The application number is 24/1381/HFUL, which is for installation of a 0.85 metre high red chimney pot and associated works to the existing chimney to facilitate the installation of a wood-burning stove within the existing fireplace. The application is coming to committee as the application was submitted by relations of an officer of the council. The key consideration is the visual impact on the listed building, and the officer's recommendation is to approve subject to conditions. And we actually have 2 applications here. One is for the listed building consent, but this first one is for the application itself. So Charlotte Cooper is presenting. Thank you, Charlotte. Right hand.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, good morning. My name is Charlotte Cooper and I am the Planning Officer. I am bringing item 6 and 7 together on the same presentation, just for ease, because the works are going to be the same, but I understand that they'll need to be voted on separately. So they are for 24/01/381, the householder, and 24/01/378, which is the listed building consent. So, as mentioned, the proposed works are for the installation of a 0.85 metre red chimney pot and the associated works. A description change occurred during the application process. It was regarding the measurement of the installation of the chimney pot. The original description that was first submitted was installation of a 1.2 metre red chimney pot and associated works. However, that was confirmed it was 0.85, so it was a reduction in size. As you mentioned, the reason why the application has been brought to you is because it's a family member of the staff at Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service. Sorry. Thank you. So the property is located within the development framework of Fulbourn. It's not within a conservation area. The property is Grade 2 listed and it's thought to have 17th century origins. There is one listed building nearby to the south, which is number 34 Cow Lane, which is a Grade 2 listed one as well. Thank you. So it's this one here, if you can see. This is the other Grade 2 listed property. The building is detached from the street, and the site provides a pedestrian access to Cow Lane via this side passage here. And then there is vehicular access to the driveway, which leads to Cox's Droves. The proposed works are primarily internal. It's just the proposed chimney pot. So that will measure 0.85 metres in height. The brick chimney will remain as existing, which is 0.95 metres in height, which then would equate to 1.8 metres from the ridgeline of the existing roof. The roof is straw thatched, and that's the northeast elevation. Conservation was consulted as part of this application because it's Grade 2 listed, and both myself and the Conservation Officer conducted a site visit of the property together. It was during this site visit that the Conservation Officer noticed that the chimney stack appeared taller than the originally submitted drawings. So the first ones showed that the stack was 0.6 metres tall, but the applicant went back, remeasured the chimney stack, new photos were submitted to myself and the Conservation Officer, and it was confirmed that actually the stack was 0.95 metres tall, so that's why the smaller pot of 0.85 metres was needed. And then the description change occurred and all the relevant drawings were uploaded. The Conservation Officer advised that 2 conditions would be placed in relation to the listed building consent, which related to using lime-rich mortars and renders, and just the listed building consent time limits. And that's just a picture of the property so that you can see. But given the minor nature of the proposed works, the proposal is in accordance with the local plan and all the relevant design guides and the Fulbourn neighbourhood plan. It's considered that the proposal, because of its virtue, of its scale and its massing and its design, wouldn't harm the character or appearance of the setting of the listed buildings, and it would not give any rise to any harmful impact on the heritage asset. Overall, we feel that the proposed development is a high-quality design that would contribute positively to its surroundings, and that the design and scale of the proposed development is appropriate in relation to the host dwelling house. It is a little larger, but that's necessary too because of the straw thatch. It's considered that it wouldn't cause any harm to the amenity of the neighbouring properties, and it would improve the living conditions of the occupiers of the dwelling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just one matter of clarification. So on your first visit, it became apparent that the brick stack was taller than it had been described on the diagram, and you found that it was, instead of being 0.6 metres high, it was in fact 0.95 metres high. And so this is a 0.95 metre brick stack with a 0.85 metre pot on the top. And all of that, I imagine, is necessary to take the heat away from, and the sparks and cinders away from the thatch itself.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lisa Redrup.
Hi, thank you, Chair.
Sorry, just before I go on, there are no public speakers on this, so we're straight into clarification. Sorry, Councillor Redrup.
Thank you. It's just a small question. It's just on conditions. The lime-rich mortars condition has been added to the LBC item, but not to this one. I just wondered if that mattered or if that needed to be added. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you check that?
As it's included under the listed building consent application because it's a requirement from the listed building officer, it doesn't need to be duplicated on both planning and listed building consent.
Thank you.
Do any other members have any other observations? Councillor Khan, Martin Khan.
Simply that recently we did a similar application in Histon for the raising of a chimney on a listed building with a thatched roof for similar reasons, and that was approved, just a note.
Members, I can't see any other requests to speak or debate. So the recommendation for certainly this part of it is on page
14. concept.
Can't find the recommendation.
It's
It's on.
page 40, 41.
Okay. Oh, it's right at the bottom of the page. It's hiding. Okay, yep. So it's at item section 8, page 40, and the recommendation is to approve, subject to the details of time limit as described on page 41, and drawings. Members, is there a seconder for that?
I second that.
Thank you very much. So, members, can I ask you to? Can I suggest that we take that by affirmation? Agreed. Lovely. Thank you very much. Any against? Any abstains? No. Okay. So we'll move on to item 7, which is the same thing but the listed building consent. And I don't think we need to go through the presentation again. So the recommendation here is on the bottom of page 47. And again, it's approved subject to the 1, the time limit, 2, the drawings, and 3, the lime-rich mortars and render. So members, can we take that by affirmation again?
Agreed.
Agreed. And are there any objections? Any abstentions? Great. So both of those are carried. Thank you very much, members. So moving on, we come to item 8 in Meldreth, which is at 64 Gables Close in Meldreth. The application reference is 24/00879/HFUL, and it's for extension of an existing wheelchair ramp. It's actually extension of an existing wheelchair ramp to the side and rear of the property, and the addition of a handrail, alterations of windows to the front, side and rear elevations, and removal of a chimney. The application is being reported to the committee as the land is within the ownership of the council. The key issue is the design, layout and scale, and the officer's recommendation is to approve subject to conditions. And we have Lese Fakada as the presenting officer. So do go ahead, Lese.
Just give it a minute.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lais Fakada, and I'm presenting the planning application with reference 24/00879/H4. The planning application seeks consent for the extension of an existing wheelchair ramp to include the side and rear and the addition of a handrail, alterations of windows to the front, side and rear elevations, and removal of a chimney. The application has been brought to the planning committee because the ramp would be located in council-owned land. A similar application have been permitted for the same site with the reference 22-04758-H4. The application has been permitted. So from the existing site plan and aerial view, we can see that the application relates to the semi-detached bungalow located to the north of Gables Close, which also runs west to the rear of the property. The property is set away from the road with an area of parking to the south and a large public area of green space to the east of the property. The north of the application dwelling shares boundaries with number 62 Gables Close. The surrounding area is residential in character and appearance. The site lies within the Melvert development framework and no relevant constraints have been identified. Here we have a view of the existing elevations. On a site visit, I could see that the previous the previous applied ramp has been built on site, and it runs from the rear and to the front of the property and a little bit to the rear.
Sorry. Karen.
Here we've got the existing roof plans showing the existing ramp to the front of the property and rear. A view of the proposed site plan. The ramp would run along the eastern edge of the property, around the dwelling to the western edge of the property. The proposed access ramp and handrail of the southern elevation would span a length of approximately 10.5 meters, and it would be approximately 1.3 meters wide. And the railings would have a maximum height of 0.8 meters. The proposed access ramp and handrail to the western elevation would span a length of approximately 7 meters and would be, has the previous, approximately 1.7 meters wide, and the railings with the same height of 0.8 meters. The application also proposes to make alterations to windows and doors to the front of the property, and they would make alteration to the existing brown UPVC windows. The new windows would be in the same position and height of the existing windows. However, they would have a difference in design and size. A new window has been proposed to the southern elevation, and materials would match. The proposed windows would be anthracite grey, and UPVC windows as the existing, just changing the color. To the rear elevation, the application proposes to make changes to the door and window to match and matching fenestration alterations throughout the dwelling. No material considerations for refusal have been identified. The proposal would have an acceptable impact on the character and appearance of the existing dwelling, street scenes, surrounding area. No amenity concerns have been identified. And the proposal would improve the living conditions of the applicant. The officer's recommendation is that proposal is approved, subject to planning conditions outlined in the officer's report.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to ask for some clarification first. So there are already ramps on the west. There is a west ramp. And do I understand that this new ramp across the southern gable end elevation of the house is to join to that existing ramp in order to provide access from the front of the house to the back?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Could you also clarify that in the southern elevation, which faces the parking area, there is a proposal for a new window, but on your elevation diagram on the bottom right, there appears to be a door as well, which I wasn't expecting to see. So the bottom right diagram of the 4. So that's the existing side elevation at the bottom right.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there is a alterations to the side elevation, which includes the addition of windows and that one door.
Ah, okay. So I hadn't noticed the door before. Yes, here. I'd noticed the reference to the window, but I hadn't seen a reference to a door there. However, others may have done, so that's just me missing it. And also removal of a chimney.
Just to clarify, Chair, the removal of the chimney can be carried out under Class G of the permitted development rights,
right.
which is, although it's mentioned on the description of the proposal, it is actually permitted development.
Okay. And one other clarification is that the land belongs to the to the district council, but obviously the applicant has made this application to make these changes under their own steam. So, members, Councillor Carr.
You've already referred to the chimney not needing planning permission because it's permitted development. It seems to me that the height of the boundaries to the wheelchair ramp also are within the height that you could have within a development. So I just wondered what exactly in the application needs planning permission and what is covered by permitted development rights, so that we're aware.
The ramp needs planning permission because would be in council-owned land. The ramp to the southern elevation.
Because you're increasing the height of the ground.
Yeah, it's a raised platform.
Thank you.
Okay. Right, are there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Sandford.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I'm being dense, but the ramp is to accommodate a wheelchair and the door looks very narrow. Has anyone actually measured a wheelchair against the proposed size of the door to make sure they fit? Maybe it's just a trick of the plan.
Actually, I'd like to add to that. Can you please show us the floor plan? Because the reason I identified the window was because it's mentioned in the description, but also it's on the floor plan. And I don't recall seeing any reference to a door, because in fact it seemed to imply there was going to be a dining room table there, you know, illustratively. And I'm like Councillor Sandford, I'm not convinced that there would actually be manoeuvrable room on a ramp to get into that door from a ramp.
Sorry, Chair, if you just give us a second to get the proposed floor plan.
My observation actually was from your photographs. The ramp, the existing rear ramp into the car park looked very steep to me. So I can understand why additional ramps have been requested. Yes, there you are, on the left-hand side. That's a proposed ground floor plan, and it shows a table with 2 chairs and a window, because I was thinking, would this be intrusive for cars parking just a few metres away to be able to look in on that dining room window? But I thought, well, okay, that's their choice. But it doesn't indicate a door or any kind of setback or porch, not porch, but, you know, any kind of inset to give room for a wheelchair to get in. There's no, what do you call it?
There is an existing window in this elevation, so the new window would only replace the existing. So if there is any intrusive views to the car parking, it wouldn't change the existing setting.
There's no window shown in your existing elevation diagram. There's a blank wall. You know, I don't have any particular feeling either way about that, but I certainly hadn't observed that there was a door.
This is the frontal elevation. This is the existing window.
Side. This is on the side with the ramp. But there's no indication of the door in that floor plan. I have to say, I have no particular feeling about this, but it just seems it doesn't quite match up.
Sorry, Chair, if you can just give us a second.
Sure.
Sorry, Chair, it's a confusion on the plans. If I can get Lays to put up her presentation again.
Thank you.
So you can see where the existing window on the side elevation, it's actually blocked up, and the new window, apologies, isn't a door, it just looks like a door because it's a very deep window on the side elevation. So the black outline is the blocked up existing window, and the new window is the one that looks like a door.
Floor to ceiling
window. Floor to ceiling window, yeah, apologies.
Right, that clarifies, thank you very much. So that also explains that they're not trying to get in there, it's just to give light. Okay, any other questions? Councillor Khan?
I presume this has been funded by disability funds for the improvement of properties for the disabled, which are provided by the local authority, and will have been designed by the disablement specialist officer to deal with that.
Presume that. Shall we ask?
So I just wanted to check that, whether you knew that.
That's not something we would get involved in. It's just we deal with the application. Sorry.
So we can't confirm that it meets any specifications. Right, members, does anybody have any objections to this application? No? Okay, so can I take that by affirmation? Sorry, just before we go, the recommendation is on page 55 to approve, subject to, number 1, the time limit, and 2, the drawings as listed on page 55. So can I take that by affirmation, members? Agreed. Do we have any objection? Any wish to abstain? No. So that's by affirmation. Thank you very much. That's carried. Right. Hang on, isn't that... We're going to get there sooner. Sorry. Sorry, can I have a 5-minute pause while we think about the timing of things, because the people who are coming to talk about Horse Heath, is that right? Yes. They were expecting to come later.
Shall I say a couple of words?
Yeah, sure.
So apologies, everyone. The next, so item number 9 on our agenda, Horse Heath, has a number of public speakers coming in to join us. I'm sure members here are well aware that I don't have a great track record of predicting how long things will take, and the public speakers are due to arrive later. So,
Can we ask them to join?
So, if I might suggest a brief 5-minute adjournment, we can discuss the order of agenda, and I can also reach out to the public speakers and get them with us earlier.
I think at this point we can ask to take points 10 and 11 now.
Are you happy to?
Okay. So members, I think we're going to ask the good folk of Horse Heath to adjust their timings a bit. But meantime, members, can I take your approval to bring forward the item 10, which is for Millhouse Walk at Cambourne? Is that agreed?
It is, Chair. I was just going to ask if we could have that 5-minute break.
Oh, yes.
Anyway, thank you.
I'll just agree the timing. And then item 11 at Fulbourne after that. and then we'll come to the Horse Heath one after that. But for now, let's have a 5-minute break. Thank you, members. Thank you, members. So we're back at South Cambs Planning, and we're looking at item 10, Camborne, which is reference number 24/01163 HFUL, and it's 10 Millhouse Walk at Camborne, and it's for a single-storey rear extension to replace the existing conservatory and a roof extension including a full-width rear dormer. And it's being reported to the committee as it was submitted by an officer of the council. And the key issues are principle of development, the design, layout and scale, residential amenity. The officer's recommendation is to approve, subject to conditions, and Ellie O'Donnell is the presenting officer. So Ellie, do give us your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the application before members is for the erection of a single-storey rear extension following demolition of the existing conservatory and for the construction of a full-width rear dormer. The address is 10 Millhouse Walk in Camborne, and the application has been brought to committee today because the applicant is a staff member at the council. So the proposal site is located within the development framework boundary in Camborne. The proposal site is shown outlined in red on the location plan just here, and in yellow on this aerial photograph just here. So Jevons Lane lies to the southeast, Plousters Lane just here lies to the northeast, and Millhouse Walk, a pedestrian-only street, lies to the northwest, and a protected village amenity area is situated to the northeast, just here. So here are some photographs to show the setting. This is the view of the rear elevation from Plousters Lane. This photograph here shows Millhouse Walk and the principal elevation just here. And then these two photos show the proposal site from Plousters Lane, just here. And these photos were taken from the application site and show the conservatory to be demolished, just here. And this photo shows views towards 5 Plousters Lane, and then this photo shows views towards 8 Millhouse Walk. So these are the existing elevations, and the existing conservatory to be demolished is just here. So these are the proposed elevations, here and here. The single-storey rear extension would be built in the location, sorry, I'll show you this one, in the location of the existing conservatory. It would have a near identical footprint and ridge height to the conservatory. It would be characterised by a dual pitch roof with 4 roof lights, and the external surfaces would be constructed using pale grey render to match the principal elevation, concrete roof tiles to match existing, and white UPVC window and door fittings to match. Here is the proposed rear dormer. It would incorporate a sloped roof. Sorry, this is lagging. There we go. And would encompass the entire roof plane. It is proposed to fit 2-bedroom windows as well, and a landing window. Noting the existing first floor rear-facing windows, it's regarded that the proposed fenestration would not facilitate overlooking into neighbouring amenity space, and the rear dormer would be constructed using cladding and a colour to match the existing dwelling. Here's just a sections plan. Oh, it's a bit quick. Sorry. Yeah, that's the.
It's quite a. Sorry, the reason I asked to go back is it's quite a complicated thing to understand in the dimensions and the extent. So,
yeah.
where your pointer is what's looking
So this is the side
over the garden. Yeah,
elevation.
thank you. Do carry on.
And they're the floor plans, just showing the 2-bedroom windows and the landing window just here. So the dormer.
Yeah, okay.
So moving on to the planning balance, it is considered that the design and scale would sustain the character and appearance of the area whilst respecting the amenities of neighbouring properties, and no reasons for refusal were observed, and therefore officers recommend that the committee approves the application.
Thank you very much, Ms O'Donnell. That's really helpful. Can I just ask, we've had third-party representations from the owners of 8 Mill House. That's a side-by-side neighbour, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct. It's the adjoining neighbour to the south-west.
Okay. So they've expressed concerns about rainwater runoff, how it would impact on the guttering, and that some adjustment would be needed to the neighbouring roofs to enable this. Can you just comment on that?
Thank you, Chair. Ellie, if you can flick back to the side elevations.
Just so that we understand.
As you can see from the side elevations and that rear elevation, the dormer is contained fully within the roof of the application property, and the roof of the application property is on a different plane to the neighbouring properties either side, so there will be no interference from the plans with either of the neighbouring properties' roofs.
Thank you very much. That's helpful. Councillor Khan?
I just wanted to know what factors here imply that he needed planning permission, because you can build a dormer on a facing roof without planning under permitted development, and the extension is actually on the site of an existing conservatory, so it's not increasing the volume of the building. There must be some factor, but I just wondered what it was.
By the look of it, the applicant has decided to apply for planning permission rather than doing it under a lawful development certificate. Obviously, we determine the application as it's submitted on whether or not planning permission is acceptable against policies, but they do have a fallback position of a lawful development certificate if they wish to do so.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about, in your narrative, you say that it wouldn't, since there's already a first floor windows overlooking the garden of 5 Plasters Lane, that this would not increase the overlooking, but it is from a higher aspect. And I wondered if any estimation has been given of how much more it would overlook their garden. But I noticed that 5 Plasters Lane haven't objected, and they were one of the properties that were carded. So just wondered if, you know, from a higher aspect, they would see more into the garden of 5 Plasters Way. If you could you just show us the location plan to show us the relative positions of the properties? Yes. So it's, I would say it's quite a long way away though, isn't it? So it probably wouldn't be a problem.
If I can come back, Chair, the officer's assessment is that the view from the proposed second floor windows is no more harmful than the existing view from the first floor windows in that context.
Okay, so members, no further matters of clarification as far as I can see. Simply wish to debate? Anyone wish to speak about this? No? Okay. So, yeah, this seems what I also notice is that actually it's helpful having that site location plan up, because if you look at the yellow box on the map, the property immediately to the north with the apparently grey roof is actually a 3-storey building as well. So it's no higher than buildings that are in the vicinity anyway. Right, members, so this seems reasonable. It seems quite inventive, actually, and well done them for fitting something in. So the recommendation is for approval. Can we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Fain. Can we take that by affirmation, members? Okay. Any objections or abstentions? No? Okay, so that's by affirmation. Thank you very much. So we'll move on to item 11, which is 5 Holman's Close in Fulbourn. It's application reference 23-04834 FUL, and it's for change of use from a communal room to a 2-bedroom single-storey semi-detached bungalow, including replacement and alterations to windows, doors and associated external works. The application is being reported to committee as it was submitted by South Cambs District Council, and the key issues are the size of the garden and the parking arrangement. The officer's recommendation is to approve the application, and the recommendation is on, let's see, where are we? I normally tab these. Page 113, number 9, is to approve subject to planning conditions, but we're going to have a presentation, if you're ready, from Lawrence Moore. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Lawrence Moore, and in the absence of the case officer, I shall be presenting planning application reference number 23/04834/FUL, which pertains to the change of use from a communal room to a 2-bedroom single-storey semi-detached bungalow, including replacement alterations to windows, doors and associated external works. The site is situated along Holman's Close and is within the development framework of Fulbourn. The site is not situated within the controlled parking zone or conservation area. The site lies adjacent to a protected village amenity area. This application constitutes a Reg 3 application given the local authority of both the applicant and owner of the site. The proposal seeks to remove a communal room within the Holman's Close and St Vigar's sheltered housing scheme. The communal room was originally a warden's house for occupation by the warden, who was present on site to assist the occupants of Holman's Close and St Vigar's Road. The warden's house was then converted into a communal room for the use of residents of the sheltered housing in 1990. The maintenance and management of the communal room are paid for by the residents of the sheltered housing, yet is a service that is rarely used. Justifiably, the change of use proposed will reduce the burden of additional costs on residents for the upkeep of a communal room which is not used by them. The officer report outlines the background and history of the South Cambs sheltered housing schemes and explains in depth the complications associated with the cost burden on residents of keeping the communal room. Officers consider the change of use of the communal room will allow for the provision of a much needed smaller 2-bedroom residential unit, and removing the need for existing tenants to pay for a service they no longer use or have the need for. The occupants of the sheltered housing complex have been consulted on this application. One objection has been received, yet the objection does not relate to the conversion, but more so the traffic associated with this conversion. No other objections to the conversion have been received. The existing and proposed site plans are shown on screen. The plans explain that there are no extensions proposed as part of this application, and the built form shall remain as existing, subject to minor external design alterations. The site plan shows the introduction of one off-street car parking space within the curtilage of the proposed dwelling, which is compliant with the provisions of the policy TI3 of the local plan, given there is limited on-street parking pressures in the immediate context.
Sorry, could you show us on the plan where that is?
Yeah, the parking space is just to the south of the main built form here. The proposed dwelling, and that will be fitted with an EV charge point via condition. The proposed dwelling will benefit from a garden space of 38.8 square metres. Whilst this provision falls just under the 40 square metre limits as stipulated by the District Design Guide, the site is located within close proximity to Grandridge Close and Fulbourn Recreation Ground, which are both forms of public open space. For this reason, officers do not consider that the 1.2 metre under provision of garden space to be a sufficient reason to refuse the application, when the proposal would see the provision of housing through the reuse of an existing structure, and where there is clearly a provision of accessible open spaces which surround the site. The block plan is shown on screen. The existing and proposed front elevations are now shown on screen, which show minor alterations to the existing facades, primarily consisting of fenestration alterations. The existing and proposed side elevations are now shown on screen, which again show minor alterations to the existing window arrangements and details upon facades. The proposed design changes to the existing building are considered suitable for the character of the street scene and allow for an appropriately designed residential property to be formed. Several recommended conditions are shown on screen for consideration. In conclusion, the proposal will deliver a smaller unit within the village envelope of Fulbourn using an existing building promoting the reuse of buildings rather than building from new. The proposal is therefore in accordance with policies S7, S9 and HQ1. The current facility is not being used by many occupants of the sheltered housing, despite residents paying for the space. The conversion will allow for this charge to be removed, which is considered to justify the loss of a rarely used communal facility. As outlined within the officer's report, the development is compliant with the provisions of the South Cambridgeshire Local Plan 2018 and is therefore recommended for approval subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. Right, members, do we have any questions for clarification? Councillor Khan?
In my village, there are 4 communal rooms among the various council properties there. How many other communal rooms are there in Fulbourn? Were later residents have a desire to use a room?
I don't know the exact number of communal facilities, but being a resident of Fulbourn, I'm fully aware of the parish council buildings over by the main park at the recreation ground, which are open to use by members of the public. There are also several other forms of communal facilities, such as pubs and cafes within the village. To remember that this communal room is for the housing complex only. It is not a wider community facility. It is a communal room within a housing complex and not deemed a formalised communal facility for the entirety of Fulbourn.
And I think that's, that change in use has been described in Amy Stockson's report, so she's explained how the...
This is not exactly what actually each development, council development in the past, particularly for older persons' properties, which this would be, tended to have a communal room associated with it. Now, in my village, there are several, and obviously, if one wasn't heavily used, they could perhaps attend an alternative one of a similar nature. That's really, I wondered whether there were other properties, other ones similar in the village, like of a similar nature, which if an individual wanted to go to a communal facility, and you don't know, that's what I was trying to ask.
Unfortunately, I don't know, but I think it's important to note that when this was originally constructed, it was constructed as a warden's premises, not actually as a communal room. And now we're in a situation where the communal room is not being used and is a cost burden on residents. So there's no loss of benefits associated with the scheme.
And indeed, that change in the historic use is explained in paragraphs 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. So that clarifies the point, but yes, it was a question. It seemed that since the residents had been consulted and they hadn't asked for it to be retained, the only comment they'd made was about the parking. It seemed that it was not a facility that they mourned the loss of. Right, so, yes, sorry, do go.
No, I mean, the fact that the current residents don't want it is not necessarily I think we should also be thinking about the future residents as well. But the comment about the fact that there was not originally a communal room does seem to be a relevant issue in that matter.
Interesting, because in my own village we have a development which originally had warden's accommodation, and that has now been used as rented accommodation for somebody not necessarily associated with the scheme because they don't have wardens anymore. But in our case, the communal room is used for a regular lunch for a number of retired residents, which is very much supported. So, okay, members, Karen Garvey, do go.
Will this new change, is it going to be separate from the sheltered housing, or is it going to be part of that process? So it's
the new bungalow, will it become part of the sheltered housing?
Yeah.
I believe it's just market dwelling, but I'm happy to check the officer report. If it is to be part of the sheltered housing scheme, the officer would have picked up on that. But this is just, you know, for... Yep. To be used for social and affordable rent, as outlined with paragraph 8.9 within the principle of development section of the officer's report.
So it won't necessarily be part of the sheltered housing, but it will be social, affordable or intermediate rent, so it will be at a more affordable level.
And as stated, it's a Reg 3 application, so the local authority are both the owner and the applicant, which means they would have control over it being social or affordable rent, and the developer of the unit to be produced. So the council will have control over it being a socially affordable rent scheme, rather than it just going straight out to the market.
Harvey, microphone. Thank you. Sorry, did you say?
I don't see any other questions.
But I just wanted to ask whether, since the objections seem to have rested around parking, and that parking is difficult to get into, and in fact, when you look at the map, it does look quite difficult to work out where's the best place to park. I wondered if we could put in an informative that requires the District Council to mark out parking spaces in the car park to make it easier and more efficient to park.
So just coming back on that point, Chair, the parking space to be provided is off-street, so it's within the curtilage of the existing residential property. So it's a completely private parking space. And as required by policy TI3, only one parking space is required within the curtilage of the dwelling, and the rest would be on-street parking. Now, the parking bays to the rear of the site are, I believe, already marked, and are permit bays, I believe, for the existing sheltered housing. I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Sorry, actually, you reminded me about another thing. One is, it actually looks, that parking space looks quite difficult to get into. If you were driving onto the drive, is it expected that you'd reverse into that space? Or, because it's not accessible from the left side, is it? It's accessible only from the drive side. So is there an intention to put a dropped curb in there to get a car in there?
Yes, and drop curbs would be permitted development when associated with a residential dwelling. And just to note that the Highways Authority have not objected to this application.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. As long as there's a drop curb, that's... But is... The drop curb will be for the driveway, not for the parking bay.
That footpath, that's a footpath you see at the southern point of the site. And then you've got the driveway on the left, which is marked out. Yep, just this is the parking space. Yeah. This would be the drive, as in over where the drop curb would go.
Over the pavement
and
there.
This is a footpath here as existing.
Okay, right. So that covers that one. So the residents, and you raised it in your report, the objection from the residents, as you said, related not to the dwelling itself, but they said, objecting to the proposed change of use, raising the following issues: highway safety, car parking and parking stress, which indicates that it's difficult to park in a parking area. I appreciate, you're right, this relates just to the curtilage of this property, but I wondered if we could take away to the officers, since this is South Cam's land, whether we could take away a review of the way that parking happens in the car park, and is it marked? And certainly on Google imagery, and that may be out of date, the parking spaces weren't marked very clearly.
We're here to assess the application that's in front of us. I believe that that would be a council decision to undertake anyway. It's not within the remit of this application which we're assessing. As outlined by the case officer and in conjunction with consultations with the Highway Authority, the development is policy compliant with TI3, and so there's no reason for refusal on that front.
I'm not suggesting refusal. I was just wondering whether we could assist, but I appreciate that can be taken up elsewhere. Right, members, any other? Yes, Councillor Garvey.
Is it going to be fitted out for a disabled person? Yes.
Building regs requires all properties to be M42 compliant, which is adaptable and entry level of step-free access. This is a bungalow, so it would be relatively, it wouldn't be too difficult for that to be in a more adaptable dwelling. That is the provisions of M42. I'm happy to add a condition on that front if we haven't got one already, but it is covered by building regulations now for step-free access and accommodation at ground floor. And as it's a bungalow, there's no stairs to worry about here. So yes, the development will be accessible for the disabled.
Also on the ground plan, there was an indication that the space in the kitchen was sufficient to allow a wheelchair to turn around. Not on that particular ground plan, but there was another that showed. Yes, there it is. It is on that plan. If you could you zoom in, do you think, to the kitchen? Yes, do you see it's got circles in it to show that's the turning circle for a wheelchair. So there were lots of places where it indicated there was enough room for a wheelchair to turn around. Okay, thank you. Members, do you have, let's move into debate, if anybody wants to say anything. Seems like to me, it seems like a good proposal, so I would propose approval, or propose we agree with the recommendation. Do we have a second? Thank you, Councillor Fane. Members, can we take that by affirmation? Agreed. Agreed. Lovely. Any objections? Any abstentions? No. Great. Okay, so that's carried. So members, now I propose we take a break for lunch and we come back here no later than, well, if you could come back at 5 to 1, because we've got the people from Horseheath coming at 1 o'clock. So we'll pause until 5 to 1 and then come back in.
I'd say lunch is available. And
lunch is available in the members in the corporate lounge, but people from Horseheath are coming at 1, so it'd be good to make a start then. Thank you very much. Can you take us offline?
Chair, you're now live.
Thank you very much. So welcome back to the South Cambs District Council Planning Committee on the 12th of June. We come to item 9, which we had held over to hold at this time so that the people from Horseheath were able to attend. So welcome, people from Horseheath. Right, okay, so this is application 23-03932/FUL, and it's land lying to the northeast of All Saints Church, West Wickham Road in Horseheath. It refers to the relocation of allotments, erection of 2 dwelling houses with 3 bedrooms each on the previous allotment land, reusing the existing vehicular access to allotments to serve 2 new houses, boundary treatments and landscaping to 2 housing plots with bin and bike spaces, and creation of a woodland and grassland area with car parking for allotments. The application is being reported to committee as it's a departure application and has been called in by the parish council and the local member. The key issues are impacts on heritage assets, that's relating to the Grade 1 listed church, development within a protected village amenity area, and highway safety. We had a site visit on Monday the 10th of June, and the officer's recommendation is to refuse the application, and the case is being presented by Nick Yeager. So thank you. Over to you, Nick.
Just okay, thank you, Chair. So, as mentioned, this is to the landline to the northeast of All Saints Church, West Wickham Road, Horseheath. The relocation of 3 allotments, the erection of 2 3-bedroom dwelling houses on previous allotment land, reusing the existing vehicular access to allotments to serve 2 new houses, boundary treatments, and landscaping to 2 housing plots with bin and bike spaces. The creation of a woodland and grassland area with car parking for the allotments. The officer recommendation is for refuse, and there's 3 refusal reasons and main issues, which are the impact on the heritage asset, the Grade 1 listed church, with an objection from the conservation officer, the development within a protected village amenity area, PVAA, with an objection from the landscape officer, and also highway safety with an objection received from the highway authority. Okay, so I'm just starting with updates. So para 1.2, the area of land transferred equates to 3.2 acres. Just some clarity on that. There's a slight typing error, but just for clarity, going forward, it's 3.2 acres. And on para 6.21, the conservation officer date is incorrect. It's actually the 9th of the 11th, 2023.
Sorry, paragraph
6.21.
Is that related to?
It's the date when the conservation officer commented on.
Ah, yes. Sorry. Yes, we queried that. So it's the 9th of November 2023. Okay. Thank you very much. Do go on.
Okay. So starting with the location plan, in the centre, or here, we have All Saints Church. The application would see the development of 2 dwellings, Plot A and Plot B, in this area of land here. This area of land is currently used as allotments.
I believe there's 3 allotments that this is in use for. What this would do in turn is would see the transfer of land of 3.2 acres for a new village circular walk, which, if you follow my cursor, will go along. That's an existing footpath, but it will come here, along, and then through the 2 development plots, Plot A and Plot B. It would also in turn lead to the development of, or the construction of, a new woodland area here, or wildflower meadow here. The existing allotments would be relocated from their current location here and placed here as well. So the new location for the allotments is the same as the existing, and there would be 3 allotments present. So, starting to look at the constraints of the site, All Saints Church is a Grade 1 listed building, and this area where the development of the 2 dwellings would be located is within the protected village amenity area, and therefore NH11 of the local plan is applied. There are also another number of listed buildings surrounding the site, as Hertford House, listed at Grade 2, which is formed rectory for which was historically the rectory for the church. The old rectory church farm grade listed 2 here, and there's also another listed building located here. There's the existing public right-of-way that runs up here and across the site. But with this scheme, one of the benefits is would lead to a new village circular walk, which would come along here. The application site is located within the development framework boundary of Horsey, which is the dashed line here. So just wanted to touch on what protected village amenity area is. It's protected under NH11 of the local plan, and the protected village amenity area are identified on the policies map. And the policy says where development will not be permitted within or adjacent to the areas if it would have an adverse impact on the character, amenity, tranquility, or function of the village. Also, paragraph 6.40 of the South Cambridgeshire local plan states protected village amenity areas have been designated on sites within village development frameworks in order to safeguard those areas of undeveloped land within villages which are important to retain. Some of the PVAAs may have important functions for the villages, such as allotments, recreational grounds and playing fields, while others have an important amenity role in providing a setting for buildings and offer tranquil areas where there is minimum activity. I also wanted to show an aerial site plan. So starting with this area would be located for area plot A, and this area would be constructed of area plot B. That is the church with the surrounding churchyard. The relocation of the existing allotments would be located here. The proposed village circular walk would come approximately here, and the new woodland up in this meadow here. And there is an existing public right-of-way as well that cuts diagonally through this field existing. So the existing site plan, so this site plan is just focused a bit more on those existing allotments, showing here what we see currently. What will be proposed is 2 dwellings. They'll both be 2 stories and 3 bedrooms. Plot B to the south and plot A to the north, with an access coming in off West Wickham Road here. These dwellings, we believe, are in direct conflict with the protected village amenity area, as will lead to quite a fundamental change to that rural character that currently exists. It also leads to heritage harm, as will lead to harm to the setting of the Grade 1 listed building. Moving on to the elevations, so this is plot A, the most northern plot, showing the 3-bedroom, fairly typical or sort of design in a T shape with a 2-storey dwelling. And the southern, again, in a T shape, and it's 3 bedrooms as well, 2 stories. I have some shots. These are actually taken from Google Street View. For those that were on the site visit, you may notice it was much more grown higher or overgrown the hedgerow. But this is taken from what's available on Google Street View. You can see that this would be the area that would have the development of that plot B, which would be in quite close proximity to the Grade 1 listed building and would lead to harm to the heritage asset. Here's a shot taken further back, so you'd see plot B here, and plot A would be approximately here. This is also identify the harm that these 2 building plots would lead to the character and tranquility of that protected village amenity area as you're going along West Wickham Road, leading to the harm to the character and the openness. This is a shot that was submitted by the applicant. It's a CGI showing plot B here, the existing church, and plot A. I think which you can see it in context with the listed building, and you can see some of the hedgerow and the overgrown trees. What we haven't got, and I think I said in my report, is we haven't got a full LVIA, which is Landscape Visual Impact Assessment, showing multiple different views. We only indeed have this shot, and therefore we still maintain, or certainly do believe, that this is harmful to the listed building and the protected village amenity area. I wanted to include this. This is a photograph of the area where the new allotments were relocated. This is me myself standing on the footpath that runs north, and the allotment areas will be located here with the same number of allotments as existing. And this is a shot showing the field that would become the woodland and would lead to the circular village walk, which would run approximately where my cursor is. These are 2 shots showing the currently standing within the allotments in their current form. So just to show some of the character standing within the site that would be constructed for dwellings. So this is an existing tree plan. This was submitted by the applicant. You can see these areas showing the trees. Now, the next slide should show what the proposed tree plan is. So the proposed tree plan would essentially lead to the loss of the trees shown in red. They're the trees that would be removed. These are mostly category C trees as identified by the tree officer, apart from these 2 to the north here, which are category B trees. The tree officer hasn't objected to this application, therefore the loss of trees are not included as a refusal reason, but I wanted to include this to show. Okay.
On that diagram, while you're on that diagram, could you tell us what the purpley blue hatched, diagonal hatched areas on the right-hand side?
That's the access into the site. So that would be, where the access or vehicular access would enter into the site.
And the one at the bottom of the diagram?
And this site?
No, sorry to interrupt you, but the other diagonal at the bottom right of the drawing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So essentially, that is, as I understand it, that if I go back to this plan, you might be able to show it easier. So that indicates they're putting a new hedgerow in here, and so keeping these existing hedgerow, and that indicates that it's not quite.
It doesn't quite match up.
It doesn't quite match up through the application process. There was various amendments received, but that's the idea.
Do carry on.
Okay. So what are the existing open space provisions and services and facilities in Horseheath? This is a study which was conducted in 2014. What it shows is there is a recreational ground or children's equipment play area located here with the cricket ground. There are 2 other then informal open spaces shown in these green dots here. This is the area of allotments here. So what they would in turn gain, or the parish, by the development of these two dwellings is this field or area to the back. So the planning balance and conclusion. The reasons for is the transfer of the land of the 3.2 acres from the diocese to the parish council, creating woodland and public space. The creation of the woodland, although is a noted benefit, there is limited ecological information submitted. The ecological officer has commented requesting that additional biodiversity net gain information should be submitted with the proposal. Further, this woodland may take many years to develop, as would quickly lead to irreversible harm to the Grade 1 listed building and the character of the protected village amenity area. Consequently, in my planning balance, or as officers consider, this weighs only modest in favour of the proposal. The application would lead to the funding of a circular village walk, including a new section of public footpath on the corner of the churchyard, and there would also be the economic benefits of the construction of the two houses. While this is noted that there would be some growth in construction jobs, this is considered relatively minor, as it is only for two houses. The reasons against is the higher end of substantial harm upon the setting and views of the Grade 1 listed building, the All Saints Church. The development within a protected village amenity area, the PVAA, harming the character and the openness and appearance of the area, and the harm to the highway safety by virtue of insufficient information. The Highway Authority commented lack of information regarding displays, the relocation of the car park for the allotments, and a new footpath along West Wickham Road. While there are benefits to the scheme, they carry limited weight and do not outweigh the harm identified. Therefore, the officer's recommendation is for refusal. That is the end of my presentation, so I'll go back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jaeger. That's really helpful. I have a couple of things for clarification, but obviously. So the diagonal area that I drew to our attention, that on the plan is listed as a new public open space, and it has the intention on this plan was for a new footpath to go from there through that triangular space and through to join the existing church path. And was that part of the circular walk?
No, that's essentially the circular walk is this. I'll go back to the site plan.
Yeah,
it's easier.
So it's not part of the circular walk?
That's not part of the circular walk. That triangle area is down here.
Okay, righto. So on that diagram, conveniently do leave it up there, the sight line that you've shown goes from just about outside College Farm towards the church. Yeah. And on the other diagrams, the implication is that sight line, the property B is to the right-hand side of that sight line. But I just wondered, had you looked at any line? No, you haven't, because it's the applicant sending them in. Okay, sorry, I was looking at whether we have any other sight lines, but we don't, because as you said, you didn't have a full LVIA.
Yeah.
Okay, the other thing I wanted to check with you is our current local plan is 2018.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that is when the original protected village amenity area was set up and embedded in the local plan. Had it been established before that?
So it's a good question. I said that in paragraph. Find the right section of the report. So the protected village amenity area policy designation has been included in all local plans since the local plan adopted in 2004. And this particular village and protected village amenity area has been in there from the start and therefore included in the first local plan, which is 2004.
Okay, So that protected village amenity area has been established since at least 2004.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Members, do you have any questions for clarification? Councillor Handley.
Thank you. Isn't there already a circular walk here? Because isn't there already a circular walk here? Because when we were there on Monday, there seemed to be fairly well-defined tracks across the field, and indeed we saw one gentleman walking the other way towards us, which suggests that he'd come from somewhere else in the village. So, isn't there already a circular walk?
That's a good question. So existing footpaths, if you follow my cursor on the screen, follows up here, which is where we walked on the site visit, and across the field here to a track, I believe, here. So what this application would lead to, and what the circular walk is if I start from here, is this area.
So it would effectively be a shorter circular walk.
Yeah.
Because Councillor Handley is right. That footpath goes up to a road or track to the north of the college farm, and then you can then turn right on that track and come down the road, I believe. Members, any other questions for Clara? Sorry, Councillor Redrop, and then Councillor Sandford.
Thank you, Chair. Just note that one of the reasons for rejection is highway safety and not enough information. Is it considered that that could be secured on condition, or is it thought that it is inherently unsafe? Thank you.
The Highway Authority hasn't suggested it as part of the to be conditioned. Their objection is that there needs to be additional information provided in terms of visibility displays in the application phase, which is why it has been included as a refusal reason. Yeah.
And Councillor Sandford.
Thank you, Chair. Nick, can you just confirm my recollection from Monday that the current allotments have no off-street parking? The users would have to park on the grass verge on the bend, whereas with the proposed new location, they'd have safe off-street parking. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes. Yeah. However, the Highway Authority did comment on that. There was a lack of information regarding the new 4-car parking split spaces here, and that is also included in the highway safety comments as well.
The point being there that the access to those parking spaces is currently a public footpath. It doesn't have vehicular right-of-way. There was something else I was going to ask it.
Mark Howell.
Sorry, Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quick question, which is really much a follow-on from Councillor Sandford. So with regards to the access for the allotment, does the access for the dwellings on the same proximate line?
This site plan will help show us. The dwellings would have off-street parking here, and there was an access through here and here.
Yes, but where's the access to the allotments? Is it on the same proximate area?
Yes, yeah. So currently there's a gate there, and that's where people access into the allotments here.
So I'm writing, sorry, just to make it abundantly clear, just for my own peace of mind. So the access is from there, but at the moment, people are parking on the outside and not coming in through those gates.
I believe so. There was a wooden
Thank
gate on the site visit that didn't look like vehicles could access into it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I think it's fair to say that from the site visit, it didn't look as though those allotments were routinely being accessed by cars at all. It looked as if most of the people who were working the allotments probably came on foot. However, the point you're making is relevant because that upturned U-shaped access between plots A and B is where the circular walk would come out. it would be between the houses and onto the road there. And that's why each plot has its own gateway onto that access, because it's a public right, they're proposing a public right-of-way by foot, but with vehicular access as well. Can you confirm that my understanding is correct?
I believe your understanding is correct, yeah.
The only other thing I observed was that the proposed new allotment site is on quite a slope, and it faces west. So it's also immediately behind the property which we saw on the site visit called Bridge Corner. Okay, so no other questions of clarification? Oh, I know what the other question I wanted to ask was, do you know if the allotments currently have a water supply?
I don't know if the allotments currently have a water supply existing. No.
That's right. Well, we can ask. Okay. Right. Okay. So, right, we have public speaker. Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Khan. Matters of clarification.
Yeah. I just wanted to know the proposed area where the woodland and the field is. There's a existing public footpath across it. What is the condition, considered to be the condition of it? Is it actively farmed? What de facto, not legal, what de facto access do the public have to it at present? I mean, do people use it at present, or have you any information on that?
So just to confirm the question, do people use it?
Do they use it at present, whether legal or not? But it's owned by the diocese, by the church, so it's effectively some form of public body. So I just wondered whether in practice people use it.
I believe so, but certainly that footpath is currently used as a public right of way here. Yeah, so people are in use of that.
And indeed, Councillor Khan, we saw, didn't we, a kissing gate at the, in the hedgerow, so obviously there's access through. Councillor Ariel Khan.
Just to build on that a little bit, would you say then that the area is already being used as a sort of public amenity space, as it is?
I think the question was it's being used as a footpath.
No, my question was whether the whole field is used at all. Do people actually, in practice, get access to it, or is it there's a footpath crossing it, and it was fairly open. Obviously, when we saw it, it hadn't been mowed or turned for hay, but it may well be that it would be mowed for hay, and people, in fact, use it for dog walking and so on. I just want to know if there's any information about what actually happens at present.
I understand, at present, it's owned by the diocese. There were people walking across it. It's not formalised public open space in terms of the policy as it wasn't identified on our public map. People may at times wish to sit on it, but that's an agreement between the public and the diocese themselves. So.
I think that's a question we can direct to the parish council. Okay, righto, let's do that. So we've got, first of all, the agent, who is Paul Mitchell. Would you like to come to the... Oh, you've got your microphone. Good, okay, thank you. So do introduce yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Chair and members, thank you for the opportunity to speak in favour of the proposal. I am Paul Mitchell, the architect for this application. I have the pleasure to represent this proposal, which has such extensive public benefits. Members, you will of course be weighing the balance of the possible harm the two new houses might do against the over 3 acres of new publicly accessible free roam, woodland and meadowland, not just access to the public right-of-way footpaths, but free roam. The two new houses are modelled on the houses across the road from the church on what was the old post office site. Same external materials, same 1.5 story high, a very similar design, and the same distance from the church as we propose to be. South Cambs found those two new houses on the old post office site acceptable some 12 years ago, and those new houses didn't have public benefits. We have ensured by design that there is no public view where the two new houses interrupt the view of the church from any public place. There is an objection on highway grounds regarding vehicle access to the new allotment site. We can solve the technical access issue by the imposition of a suitably worded planning condition. After all, the new allotment entrance has existing vehicle entrances either side of it. Members are allowed to weigh the public benefits of the new woodland and meadowland against any possible harm the two new houses may cause, and we believe we have met the balance in favour of the proposal, and I'm hoping that after yourselves, members, have weighed the issues that you will agree. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. Just one moment. Don't go away from the microphone. I have just some points for clarity, if I may. Could you you mentioned the old post office site. Could you identify on maybe a map, if you could put a map up, Mr. Jaeger, could you just identify where the old post office site was?
Yes, Nick, would you be kind enough to put the relevant plan up, and if you've got your
cursor. But also,
yes.
while he's doing that, Mr. Mitchell, could you just also clarify that these are 1.5-storey houses? So they're...
Yes, I can.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, could you, can we zoom in a bit? That would be helpful. What was the old post office? Was it a sort of single-storey building, or?
It was demolished as part of this application, part of that application.
Oh, the original. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Can you tell us where it was? Nick, do you know?
I don't have an, I mean, Nick, would you, if you...
Was it on the allotments as such?
It's the other side of the road.
Or it was the other side of the road?
It's where Nick's cursor is now. Yeah.
Can you guide Mr. Jaeger's cursor? Is that in the
I think,
right place?
I'm also told by Chair of Parish Council that is correct from there. I have to say I'm struggling a little bit on detail from this range.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
But there are two houses there, and their distance from the church is incredibly similar to the distance from our new houses, although the furthest house away of ours, plot A at the north, is further away.
Yeah, no, I misunderstood what you said. That's fine. That's been clarified. I thought you said that the post office was on the allotment site, so it's just me mishearing you. Sorry.
Okay, understood.
Okay, that's fine. Does anybody else have any questions for the agent?
I see none.
No? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Right. So the second set of speakers are from the Parish Council. It looks like we've got Councillor John Howard. Yes. Thank you. And I've got Terry Mundy as well. Is he here or speaking or not? Right, okay, right. So, Mr. Howard, you've got 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Chair and members, thank you very much for your time, and I'm very pleased to speak to you. I'm Dr. John Howard. I chair the Parish Council and have done for 4 or 5 years. Despite over 1,000 years of habitation, Horseheath has no protected green space. Given current land ownership, there are no other sites that might be designated as local green space. This has been one of the most frequent issues raised in discussion with parishioners. Our parishioners have long wanted to create a small wood and wildflower meadow, which is publicly accessible by all, with space for village events. We're surrounded by arable fields growing cereals and are passionate about doing our bit to increase biodiversity and to mitigate climate change. None of us can say what will happen to planning laws in the future, but our parishioners seek to protect the rural ambience of our village, the Gleeblands, via this proposal. We have very strong support from our population, as our survey shows, in favour, including immediate neighbours and the parochial church council. The proposal, as far as we see, is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to achieve those goals. The local public benefits can't be overstated. We believe the plan supports our Grade 1 listed church. Like most rural churches, the congregation is falling and upkeep costs are rising. Securing capital for the diocese is a good way to protect the future of the building. This scheme protects the wider setting of the church beyond just the views from the road. As for harm, we believe the views of the church will not be hugely compromised. The current protected village amenity area, after all, comprises half a front garden, half the churchyard, and the 3 allotments. That's it. The proposed houses, as Paul has said, are modelled on those opposite, and the nearest resident to the allotments thinks it will improve the vision of the locality. So this proposal is an opportunity to secure the land and the views around the church for the people of Horseheath for posterity, creating a public rural space of 3.2 acres. Please support us in making Horseheath fit for the next 1,000 years.
Thank you very much, Mr. Howard. I have a question for you, if I may. Could you let us know if the existing allotments have any water supply?
No, they don't have any water supply.
No, okay. And right, I have another point, but it's, would you agree that if you are approaching the village from West Wickham and you come down the hill, just as you get to before the entrance to the college farm, there is a view of the church there, which would, I think, be interrupted by the proposed house at B. Would you agree that that probably is in the way? I wondered, can I just take advice? Is it possible to put up, is it acceptable for us to look at a Google view? Thank you. Please could we do that? If I just show you, Nick, the view, that would be helpful. It's not visible at the moment because the hedge is high, but when you look on Google Maps and you approach the village, you can see the church, and my impression is that that view of the church would be obscured by the houses, but that's why I asked about the 1.5 stories, because I think it's possible at 1.5 stories it might not, which would be better. So if we can just pause while Nick finds that for us. Does anybody else have a question for the parish council? Councillor Martin Kahn?
I understand why you would find an interest in having access to this area. Have you made approaches to the, I mean, there are various other ways that the area could be protected. Have you made approaches to the church to see if you could, for instance, negotiate an access agreement or some other means of protecting the area?
So the diocese have put up all of this land in the past as potential sites for housing. Yes, we have had discussions with them about that, but their perspective is that they need to raise capital to be able to sustain the rural church in its widest view. At the moment, as you were asking, people do walk across the footpath. The fields are mown on an agricultural tenancy agreement, so there is it's not really feasible to use that land as such. But of course, part of this proposal is about the village's wish to create a small wood somewhere, and I think that's why this land is of interest to the village.
Thank you.
I think we've now, oh right, Councillor Handley, do you want to ask your question of the parish council, or are you coming back later?
Councillor Khan's just asked the very question I was going to ask.
Okay. Great minds think alike. Okay, so thank you very much, Nick. This is the view as you approach the village from the north, from West Wickham, and you're coming down a hill, slight hill, with the college farm on the right-hand side. So could you just go forward one step? Now stop there. The house with the white gable is off to the west, actually, and you can just, yes, you're putting your finger on where you can just see the gable end of the church. And I suspect that as we approach on that view, it's that view that might be obscured. So could you just move forward a bit, please? As it were, travel down the road as if we're, yes, and there, yes, there, it would be obscured. But I'm mindful it's only 1.5 stories. Could you move on until we go past the hedge? Because the hedge obviously obscures it. Yeah, just keep going. If you stop just after, there's a stopping point just after, yes, here. Yeah, just stop here, just before you get to the entrance to the college farm, which is the white sign on the right-hand side. You can see the church. And I believe that at that point, which is further north than the viewpoint that we were shown, plot B would block the view of the church. And it depends, members, how serious we feel that might be. Councillor Khan, did you want to ask a question?
I wanted to ask a question, actually, of the officers, because I think it's important for it to know. To what extent is the need to raise capital and raise money for the church a material issue that we can take into account in considering the application?
It's not a material planning consideration that we can consider enough.
Chair, can I ask that we go further? You see that telegraph poles or electric pole? Go up to there with the
We go step by step, because we then start to see. So, just for clarity, that house on the right-hand side is the college farmhouse. If you carry on then. So then we start to see the splays and the driveways of the houses just north of the allotments. And at that point, we're looking straight across the blue netting of the allotments that we saw on the earlier visuals. Now, can you just, sorry, Councillor Handley, did you want to ask your question?
I just want to go a bit further, because if you go up to where that pole is, that's the view that's going to be lost.
Well, I hear what you say, Councillor Handley, but I have a feeling that the applicant maintained that by a very fine line, the house of plot B was going to be just to the right of that. But can you show us on your presentation, Nick? I'm sorry, asking you to go back to, don't lose that one, because I think we might want to come back to it. But yes, there we are. So do you see the implication is that plot B is just to the right of the tower? Sorry? And plot A is further to the right? No, it's in the white outline where Nick Yeager has put his arrow. Does that
when the case officer was making his presentation, there was a photograph which was taken which showed the view across the current allotments, which I think is the view that is going to be lost. No, it was a photograph. Look, I think, and it was, you know, it was part of the presentation which showed quite clearly that the view from the road across the allotments to the church, and that you cannot deny that is going to be lost.
Okay, let's ask Nick to show us that again. Thank you. I was just trying to understand the point that you were asking. So, Nick, if you could you go back to your presentation that showed.
This is my these are the slides. These are the slides of the presentation. There's the first photograph I showed.
Did you indicate where on that photograph plot B would sit?
It's here, approximately here.
Sorry, I can't see from here. Have you actually depicted the location of the dwelling?
If you look here, so there's the location of plot B. I'm sat in this plot.
Oh, yes. And Councillor Handley, do you see the sight lines that go towards the church at the bottom of that plot? And do you see they just skim to the side of plot B? That's the point that those sight lines make from that particular location on the road. Does that answer your question? I absolutely understand your concerns, because that's exactly why I Googled my way all the way down the road, because I thought there are other views here that are longer. Councillor Khan?
The street view sign views that we have are 13 years old. I noticed the date was 2011, so they're quite old views. The hedge has grown up a lot at the moment, and which will provide more screening than shown. I was asking the officers, to what extent could one control the management of a hedge around a residential property in conditions?
Yes, do hold that question in mind. Can I ask you to ask it later, Councillor Khan? Because we're still in the phase where we're asking questions of the Parish Council. My observation was there are other views further up the road where this dwelling might block the view of the church. Can I just ask, has anybody, thank you, this is questions for the Parish Council. Councillor Richard Williams, do go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I got one for the Parish Council, then it might come back to the, excuse me for talking this way, I've got microphones here, and then it may be one for officers as well. Just for the Parish Council, I thought I'd read it in the papers, but I can't find it now. What would be the ownership status of the land where the wood and the meadow is proposed? Would that stay in the ownership of the Diocese of Ely, or is it proposed to be transferred to the Parish Council? And then my sort of follow-on question, which may be for officers, was obviously the recommendation is refusal. If we were to approve, presumably we'd need to condition something such that all of this happens and we don't have a situation where the houses are built, but the other benefit aren't brought forward. So presumably we need to condition that. But question to the Parish Council first.
I didn't quite understand. To condition what, Councillor Williams?
Because the recommendation is refusal, in our papers we don't have a draft set of conditions where we minded to approve.
Okay.
And obviously we'd want to
You
make
might want
it
to explore that as we go through the debate.
The whole thing was delivered, not just the housing.
That's fine. So the first question was, will that 3.2 acres go into the ownership of the Parish Council? So, Mr. Howard, could you answer that?
Yes, indeed it would. The diocese is happy to transfer that amount to the village, and I think we envisage the Woodland Trust and really it being in charitable ownership in the long term. Of course, one of the protections for the institution of the wood and the meadow, etc., is that is included in section 106, and the diocese have committed to both establish that and maintain it for 5 years, I think.
Okay, and you had a question for officers?
Yes, Chair, that was about, were we minded to approve this? Presumably we would want it conditioned such that the whole scheme was delivered, not just the housing without the woodland, and that would be in conditions, or that would be ensured by conditions, I presume. Because in many ways this application's got different bits to it. It's got a building of houses and, you know, the provision of woodland and allotments.
Thank you. Let's ask Rebecca Smith to answer that.
It would need to be secured via various heads of terms in a section 106, rather than by way of condition.
And I think if I may ask Rebecca, I think if the committee felt that they might want to approve this, I think we might need to adjourn to consider some conditions. Would you agree?
Yes, I mean, probably only for a short period of time, because we obviously have a pretty standard set of conditions for new residential development, so we could put those together quite quickly. But in terms of heads of terms for a section 106, you might want to look at, you know, securing deliveries, securing the circular walk and all the various aspects.
There would be quite a lot to explore there. Okay, right, are there any further questions of clarification to the Parish Council? No. Okay. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Howard, for answering our questions and for putting your own presentation. Thank you. So the next thing is we come to representations from local members. The first of these is a written document from Councillor Harvey, who is away at the moment, but he sent us a statement which Lawrence is going to read to us.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a brief one from Councillor Harvey, who is ward member and called this in. So he sent his apologies for not being present in person to lend his support for the application as local member, and His view is that this application should be viewed in the broader context of offering a unique opportunity to create green space at perpetuity for the enjoyment of the community. Any harm to the setting of the church is less than substantial, and in Councillor Harvey's view, would be outweighed by the public benefit in creating a permanent and protected amenity space from the village, and he would ask the committee to support the application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Were you all able to hear that? Yeah, great, lovely. Okay, so then we also have local member Councillor Henry Batchelor. Councillor Batchelor, would you like to make your presentation?
Yeah, afternoon, Chair. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. So, as you've just heard from the District Councillor for Horseheath, he is very supportive. So I'm speaking in my capacity as the County Councillor for Horseheath, of which I'm equally supportive of the parish councils, the applicants, and Councillor Harvey's comments. I mean, as you've heard from the parish council, they've done an enormous amount of work on constructing this project and bringing it to the point that we are at today. In terms of consultation, they've widely consulted the village, which, you know, I do applaud them for, because it's never easy getting a wide consensus for a large scheme like this, and it's worth reiterating the fact that the village are highly supportive of this particular project, including those that live very close to the site, including the two houses directly opposite that was referred to earlier as the old post office. Obviously, another thing to point out as well is a lot of negotiation had to be done with the Diocese of Ely, as it's their land that's being, you know, offered up. If anyone's had any personal experience dealing with the Diocese of Ely, you'll know it's not very easy to get land off them, because they only give up land in, you know, the majority of cases for the highest value they can achieve, obviously, which in most cases is housing. So the fact they're giving it up to the parish of Horseheath for community use, I think, should be applauded and recognised as a benefit that won't come around very often. We've already talked briefly about the various benefits to the scheme. So one will be the relocation of the allotments. I think, as already been mentioned, the allotments wouldn't be reduced in size. They would simply be moved and actually improved through the provision of parking and other amenities as well. The three main objections that have been raised, that you as a committee need to look at, firstly being highways. From what I could read in the papers, the majority of the objection was around lack of information. I think, as is done semi-regularly at committee, I think this could be overcome through conditioning, should approval be granted. The second is conservation, and that is predominantly around the impact on the Grade 1 listed church. We spent a lot of time looking at images and street views and whatnot, but I don't think it's refuted that the houses will have an impact on the church. But the view we have locally is, would that impact, you know, be enough to warrant a refusal on this particular application? Our view locally is that whilst there will be harm there, that isn't enough to overcome the public benefit that's already been described. It's also worth pointing out that the Diocese of Ely, so the church themselves, as the applicant, obviously don't have any concerns on that front, because it's them that's putting this in front of you today. On landscaping, looking at the papers, I couldn't see any explanation as to the concerns they had, because the papers simply had 2 bullet points outlining the concerns but no detail. But just picking up quickly on the PVAA encroachment, again, given the fact that it's the Diocese of Ely and the community themselves that are putting this forward, obviously the local view is that the encroachment on the PVAA isn't significant enough to warrant a refusal in this case. So in summary, we've been through in detail the clear benefits to the public that this application will have. It has parish council, community and local member support. The benefits, in our view, would outweigh the harm, and we feel it should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Batchelor. Does anybody have any questions for Councillor Batchelor? Okay, I have one. I should have probably asked this to the chair of the parish council, but I'll ask Councillor Batchelor, because you might be able to know this anyway. You will remember I asked for clarity about when the PVAA, the Protected Village Amenity Area, was established, and it was agreed that it was established probably as early as 2004. So at that time, and all the way through the development of the present adopted local plan in 2018, it was agreed that this was an area that warranted protection and not development. And I just wondered whether it was possible to explain why the village has changed its view about the protected village amenity area. And would members be acceptable, would you agree to the chair of the parish council answering that? Is that okay? It's slightly out of order, but would you mind, members?
Yeah, if
Thank
John
you. So
could,
Mr. Howard,
he's really
yes.
the expert in this, so if I can hand the mic back to him.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I meant to ask it before, but thank you.
Thank you, Chair. To be quite honest, I have been unable to find how much consultation went on with the village in terms of the imposition of this PVAA. Certainly, in our records, it's not been discussed in the parish council. It's something that has been there and hasn't ever been challenged. The allotments, of course, have been under the control of the diocese, and therefore there's been no reason for the parish council to look at that. What is important, though, is that in terms of PVEA, I believe the reason for its institution was simply for the all-round views of the church. And it's worth saying that, in fact, the views from the west of the church across the remains of the medieval water meadows are the most important in terms of Horse Heath. So I can't help you specifically other than saying I don't think the village has changed his mind. I think it's just something that hasn't come up before.
I imagine it was a protection of what was always the Gleeblands, wasn't it? It was the land around the church that provided food and income to the, often it was for the place around the church. It was protected for that purpose. That's why they were often allotments. But thank you for that. That's helpful. Right, members, so we're now into debate. So would anybody like to speak up? So Councillor Garvey, Councillor Khan.
It seems that that plot B is the one that seems to be most talked about in the sightlines from there. I just wondered whether they considered just building on plot A.
We're into debate, so the question, we have to look at the planning application as it is. We can't sort of subtract or add to it. Yes, Nick Yeager's going to put the planning balance slide up. But yes, we have to look at it as it is, not we can't say, oh, no, we accept one and not the other. Councillor Martin Khan.
The protected village amenity area was put in place. We have a clear conflict with the planning policies at present. It is all, we deal with the local plan that we have. It's always open for to make a proposal for the next local plan that it might be reduced, but we have to do with what we have at present. We are not allowed to take the money raised into consideration as a material cladding consideration, which to me is an important factor in considering how we deal with this application. There is a certain amount of harm, certainly to the view of the church, and it clearly was felt important to deal with the view over the church. Particularly if the boundary hedges were reduced in size, and I suspect from what saying that we would not really be able to condition the management of the hedges so that we can't prevent the view being re-established. So I am very much in favour of the proposals for the Gleebland. I think that would be a great thing, but I don't see that I can consider it in terms of the money, having money raised for the church as a reason for allowing the Gleebland.
We've been advised we can't take that into account.
Yeah, we can't take that into consideration. So if we were just dealing with the transfer of land and the action on the Gleebland, which probably wouldn't need planning permission in any case, but if it was used as recreational land, I would have no problems with it. I have problems about the fact that it's being used as a way of raising money for the church, so which we're not allowed to take into consideration. So my feeling is that perhaps if an application had been put for one property which is further away from the viewpoint, it might be understandable. but I can't see any, the housing isn't of any particular benefit for the village. It's not affordable housing, so there's no real benefit directly from the housing. I cannot see sufficient planning balance in favour of it on the material matters we are allowed to take into consideration. So I can't see how I personally can vote to approve it, and I will be opposing it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin Khan. Councillor Peter Sandford.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of harm, I would agree with the local member that it's probably less than substantial, given there are a number of houses already in closer proximity to the church than this proposal. Also, the proposed houses will be screened, not entirely, I agree, from the church, but probably 75%. And yes, if you drive down that road, you may just lose a glimpse of the church, but I don't see that a reason to reject the proposal. What I am concerned about is the highway safety. Those of us who did the site visit on Monday will know that is a winding road. Visibility is not best because there's a lot of foliage both sides of the road, particularly as you come out of the village. And there were definitely agricultural vehicles going along that road at a rate of knots. So what I would like to see as a possible condition would be a submission by the applicant that would be approved by Highways to say it's a safe exit. At the moment, we apparently have insufficient information, and that's somewhat of a showstopper as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Councillor Sandford. Councillor Peter Fay.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the planning balance, I can see that the transfer of land to the parish, together with the opportunity to create a woodland and open space, is of very significant long-term benefit. Clearly, it's something the parish has been concerned about for a substantial period. I'm not sure that I see the creation of new circular walks as a significant factor, because that could be done, for instance, by permissive rights. When it comes to the reasons against, I'm not particularly concerned about the effect on the PVAA, because there would be potential for a larger PVAA elsewhere as a result of this development were it to go ahead. Similarly, on the highway safety issue, it seems to me that if people are going to park at allotments, it is better that some provision should be made for that than that they park on the verge. I should say that although I wasn't on the formal visit on Monday, I have taken the opportunity to look at this site and the various views. The key issue for me is that of substantial harm, or rather less than substantial harm, I think is the technical term, upon the setting and views of the Grade 1 listed building. And I have to say, I feel we're getting various advice on this, because the reference is to higher end of less than substantial harm, 946. Now, I appreciate that the words less than substantial harm are entirely misleading. That means substantial harm, as I understand it. We have our conservation officer, I think, online, and it might be appropriate to take her advice on that point. But I'm concerned also that the views of the Ancient Monument Society, HB&P as they're now known, was that the house at Plot B would be particularly intrusive and interrupt the views. I'm satisfied from looking at the viewpoints that that would not be the case, that the houses are carefully sited so as to avoid that outcome. So they therefore recommend a refusal of the Planning Commission. Elsewhere, we're told that 940, less than, higher end of less than substantial harm. At 934, the advice we're given is that the development of the dwellings would have an irreversible adverse impact upon the church to an unacceptable level of harm. And I think we do need some consistent advice as to the level of harm that this proposal would have on the Grade 1 church. And I'm not satisfied at the moment that we have consistent advice on that point.
Rebecca Smith?
Sorry, apologies. Can I just jump in to clarify on the planning balance slide? The reasons for side just has a couple of words missing. It says the transfer of the land of 3.2 acres from the diocese to the parish. It should be to accommodate. So the transfer of the land itself isn't the reason for approval. It's the fact that by transferring the land, it will allow for the accommodation of the woodland, the open space, and then the allotments. It's not the actual transfer of the land that's the kind of reason for side of the slide.
And I can see we have our conservation. Well, I think it's our conservation officer, Gail Broom. Gail Broom. Sorry, could you clarify your role, Gail? And
yes,
you might be able to help us on this.
That's okay, Chair, thank you. My name's Gail Broom. I'm the Principal Conservation Officer for the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service. I believe that there's a missing word in the reasons against, and it should say less than substantial harm, higher end with less than substantial harm. Is that correct, Nick?
Yes,
because that's what
right.
I'd put in my,
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
So there's a bit of confusion about what that's, so basically there are two levels of harm within the MPPF identified. There's less than substantial harm and substantial harm. This application has been assessed by myself, and I have come to the conclusion that the harm by the building of the two houses comes to the higher end of less than substantial harm, because it's a wide range harm, and there are things that have, you know, minor less than substantial, and some that go up to significant less than substantial harm, and this, in my view, is at the higher end, but they're both less than substantial.
Thank you.
Can I ask that while Gail is with us, I invite her to comment on paragraph, I think it is 934, the wording used there. Thank you. The development of the dwellings would have an irreversible adverse impact on the church to an unacceptable level of harm. Now that sounds more than less than substantial, if you know what I mean. Perhaps you could clarify how that relates to your earlier comments.
Yes, the wording does sound like it's more than less than substantial, but it isn't. It's basically, once the buildings are there, they are irreversible. You can't remove them, and so the harm will be there forever. But it is, and that harm will create an adverse impact on the setting of the Grade 1 listed church, and it is, sorry, what was the last expression? It was substantial harm.
It would cause an unacceptable level of harm.
Yeah, and it is an unacceptable level of less than substantial harm, and it should say less than substantial harm.
Okay. Could you, while you're also there, Gail, I appreciate this may not be your comment, but I wondered if you could guide us around it. And it's at 9.41 in the report. It's from the Historic Buildings and Places Ancient Monument Society comment. And it says, stating that although their remit does not normally cover local green space or greenbelt matters, however, in this case, they are relevant as they form a key part of the setting around the church and the way it is and has been experienced for centuries. The application appears to only consider one key plane, but the church is prominent in kinetic views as one travels south into the village along West Wickham Road. And it says the proposed house at Plot B would be particularly intrusive and interrupt these views, with the two new houses creating much more urban feel around the church. And I wondered if you could comment on that?
Yes, I mean, what used to be the Ancient Monument Society and are now renamed, they don't usually get involved in these sorts of cases, but they obviously feel very strongly because obviously the church is Grade 1 listed. It's one of 2.5% of buildings nationally listed at that level. And the setting is an interesting thing. Historically, the allotment land, where the allotments sit, was the tithe barn and yard. So it's always been associated with the church and its agricultural function within the village and the historic core of the village. And view setting is about not only long views, it's not about individual views, it's a dynamic. As you experience the church, as you come down the hill, as you walk round, and so views will change of the house. And there'll be some views where, okay, you won't be able to see it very well. There are some views where some of the trees, although the trees don't last forever, will screen it. But as you move around towards the church, there will be an interconnectedness of view between those buildings, these new buildings, and the church. And I think that's what they're trying to say.
And could you also clarify, my understanding that this business of views relates to the view from the church as well?
Exactly. There are interconnected views from within the churchyard. So it's not just what you see on the road. The views from within the churchyard will also change and will have an urban form where for centuries it's been open land. So it's a significant change.
Okay, thank you very much indeed.
That's quite right.
Right. We're at debate at the moment. I think we are, aren't we? Members, does anybody want? We've had comments from Councillor Garvey and Councillor Khan and various other members. I'll speak while you're thinking about whether you want to speak. This is complex, isn't it? Because we've got a very good argument for an exchange of land, a replacement of allotments, and a use of the land to provide housing. We know it's not affordable housing, it's market housing, and space has been made between the market houses in order that a route can be made around the village. We walked part of that on Monday. We also saw somebody coming in the opposite direction who had done what I suspect was the longer route up to the track at the north or down from that way. And we looked at the environs of the church, and I don't know about others, but I stood in the, the southernmost part of the allotments and looked out, thinking, what would it be like if there was a house there? And, you know, that's also relevant in this business of views, which is why I've asked Gail about it, and she's confirmed the view from the church is important too. Having said that, she's also pointed out there would have previously been a tithe barn there, which I hadn't appreciated until now, so that's an interesting point too. However, Councillor Khan has expressed my views. Whilst I see that there is relevance to this, and it's important, and it's been the subject of a lot of discussion between the parish and the diocese. My concern is that the two houses that are proposed would present harm to the church and its setting. I don't think we've got enough information here from Highways, either in terms of the access to the two new houses or in terms of whether there would ever be access to the field that's being proposed as a new site for the allotments, despite the fact that it's got parking spaces indicated there. So I think we need, my feeling is I'm not happy about this until we have further information on Highways. And I think that the benefits to the village in many ways could be offered to them anyway. So my feeling is that I'm not sure that I'm in a position to support this. But other members, do you wish to speak before we... Sorry, Councillor Richard Williams?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll try not to repeat too much. As you said, it's a difficult planning application, this one, with a lot of different factors. I think I'm coming down on the opposite side to the position that's just been outlined. The village amenity area is, in a way, very oddly shaped. It loops quite a long way north of where the church is onto that allotment land. And there may be all sorts of strange reasons as to why that has happened. I can quite understand that this is something that has appeared on a map since 2004. Nobody's particularly ever asked the parish what their view is, and nobody's ever particularly engaged with what that actually means.
No, not quite.
But now
it
become...
reflects the allotment land.
Yes, but these policies, for my own parish councils, we have these various designated things. They just get repeated from local plan to local plan. There's not a thoroughgoing review necessarily of the boundaries of these points every time. Anyway, so just looking at the harm, I think there's definitely change to the views to the church from the road, and there will obviously be a change in the view from the church outside. I think we've heard that it's less than substantial harm in the officer's view, so it's in the lower of the two categories. I must admit, I don't tend to agree with that. I don't think the harm is actually very substantial at all, and the views we've seen I don't think are actually unattractive views, even with the house there, so I don't think it makes a significant negative difference, actually, for my part. I think it is worth bearing in mind that there are relatively modern houses much closer to that church on the other side of the road that presumably been built within the last 10 or 15 years. They're much closer to the church than these houses would be. But actually, I think these houses are designed in a way that fits in rather nicely with those houses. It's quite an attractive village design. I certainly wouldn't accept that they would give the area an urban look. It does not look urban, it looks like a village. And it would continue to look like a village, so I would not accept that it would be urban. And I think there are substantial benefits to this from the village. We don't often get on this committee proposals which are wholeheartedly supported by a parish council for development within, the village framework, in order to, bring developments. We often get the opposite situation where the parish council is resisting development, not supporting development. So I am reluctant. I'm very uncomfortable with the idea that we will say, oh, well, there's this policy, and because of this policy, you can't have, the benefits that the parish has negotiated with the church. Just because there happens to be this policy which has been in existence for 20 years. I don't really think that's what we ought to be about. And I'll just say one final thing. The people of Horseheath are the people who live in Horseheath. It's their church, it's their village. And if they are happy with this and they support this, I don't think we should be throwing barriers in the way. And actually, that wasn't the final thing. The one final thing I will say is, the only thing that does concern me is the highways point, and I think if we do allow this to go ahead, we would need clarity that the highways point could be resolved. But other than that, I'm minded to approve.
That's fine, thank you. And we did say, didn't we, that if the committee was minded to approve, then we would look at some conditions around highways and all that kind of thing. So have we come, so Councillor Howell?
Yes, thank you. Well, I've listened very carefully to what everybody says, and so the way I see it, the church or the Diocese of Ely seem to be happy with this, even though it's next to one of their buildings. They're going to benefit it. We've already discussed that. With the access, I'm not so cut up about the access. There's access already on there that can be used back and forth for the amusement of the allotment users, so I don't see the problem then. If they are parking very close, which would be on that particular road. We spoke about village facilities, and we seem to have the parish council, the district council, the county council, and all the parishioners all in favour of this. So I don't see that there is an issue here. It seems to be that particular people who are the experts of that particular area all seem to be very much in favour of this, including the two people whose view it's going to affect, who live on the opposite side of the road. So there seems to be in the local area very much support for this. That may be because of the facilities they're going to get, but I see this as a good thing, and therefore I will be going against the officer's recommendation, and I think we should be going for this.
Thank you very much. Yes, just one moment. Could you give me 2 minutes, please? Thank you. Councillor Ariel Khan.
I think Councillor Howell makes some excellent points about there being quite a lot of support locally, which I think could affect how we view the damage to the setting if people who live in the setting think that there's not much harm being done by the development. I do agree with the view that perhaps the views aren't as impacted as perhaps the is written in the is provided by the experts. As we've seen, the view down the street is relatively unchanged by the addition. The house doesn't cover up the church going down the street as we've seen so much. Although I do think the setting is, I do agree with the authorities that the setting might be affected, even if the view down the road isn't affected. The placement of the house, especially on that side of the road, right next to the church, even if the distance is the same, I feel like the setting is still more affected, even if the distance is the same. Just by the feel of the area being changed. That said, I'm not sure that by itself is enough to refuse the application just on those grounds, by the benefit afforded by having this new woodland and the open space. I think that's a really great benefit, and I think I can tell that the parish council and the people living there agree. I'm less convinced by the circular walk. I think as a number of other councillors have been being a particularly major benefit. However, I am also concerned by the insufficient information and the concerns of highway safety that are provided by highway safety. And I think if we were to accept the application, I also believe that it will be good to have some conditions that are. Yes.
Thank you. I think Rebecca Smith would like you to come in.
Apologies, Chair. I just wanted to clarify when references are being made to significant levels of support from locally, we have the parish council in support, but actually in terms of local residents, we've had 4 objections, no letters of support for the application when we carried out the consultation. I just wanted to make sure that had been addressed.
Thank you for the correction.
Yes, so we've got on
page 69 at 7.0 is where the third-party representations are, which are the letters that we've received from the local residents.
So 4 representations have been received, all in objection, and they raised issues of vehicle access to proposed new allotment site, as this is not currently a feature of the existing allotments. There's no mention of car parking on the proposed plans could lead to an impact on noise pollution. The village is in a rural setting. The allotments with sheds, new location for allotments, will lead to harm to the character and open space. There are other locations for less intrusive positions available for the allotments which are not waterlogged. Interesting. It's outside of the village development framework. That's the site for the new allotments, that is. Historic England has not been consulted. I think they were.
Yes, they have been consulted and they've said to seek the views of our internal experts, which then objected.
Okay. So Gail Broom covered that point, didn't she? Water displacement and drainage. I presume they mean on the new allotment site. It's not clear. The proposed site is known to include a habitat used by great crested newts. Concerns with regard to the parish involvement and future intentions could set a precedent for future developments, legal challenges. Or we know that we look at applications on their merit at the time. We don't set precedents. Councillor Richard Williams, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, so I just wanted to make a point, Chair, for balance. I seem to recall the parish council mentioned they've done a survey of the entire village, and the comments were supportive. The village was very supportive of it. So I think for balance, we ought not to dwell on 4 objections. We should consider the evidence on the other side as well. I'm not sure if that evidence has been supplied and is available on the planning portal. the survey.
I'm sure the third-party representations are there under the comments, because the officer would have summarised from those comments.
Oh, actually, they are there. They're on the planning web. They're on the,
Yeah,
the
exactly.
results of the parish survey are available on the planning website. So I think just all I'm saying is for balance, I think we ought to balance those two things. 4 objections, parish survey.
Okay, members, have any other members got any observations? Can I just ask Councillor Redrup, you asked about amenity and play, didn't you? Did you feel that this was a...
So that was at the site visit, wasn't it? I was asking what available open space there was to the village to try and help balance, in my mind, the benefit to the village. So since then, I think the planning officer kindly showed us that they had a recreation ground and two other areas, very much to the other end of the village, I believe. And it did show there was nothing much at that end. And I had looked on my own as well and saw about the recreation ground, because I'm afraid I'm not very familiar with Horse Heath. I have to admit I've been going all over the place with this particular application, listening to everyone speak, making such good points. And I agree with the chair that this is a difficult one with so many different factors for us to consider. So yes, I have to admit to leaning in different directions, and I haven't offered to speak because I still have been trying to make up my own mind on this one, because I think there are amazing benefits for the parish, but then impacts on a building that's so old that I think we do have to take a respectful view of that, which perhaps isn't normally something I would take into such consideration, but and I did raise about highway safety earlier, and I guess I'm a bit nervous about going against expert advice when it hasn't said that it can be secured by condition, because obviously we're very used to things coming up and saying this can be secured by condition, and that it does concern me. So if we were looking to approve, then I would be very keen for us to have something quite strong on that, and see what we can do to really make sure that that we wouldn't be allowing something unsafe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Redrup. Do you want to make a comment? Councillor Handley?
I'm like Councillor Redrup, I'm really torn. When I was on the site visit, I felt my feeling at the time was that the council officers' recommendations were the right ones. Very beautiful village, and it seems a terrible pity that views from certain parts of the village will be changed, if not spoilt. That was my view then, but all of the points that have been made, I'm not going to go through them all again. That's not what I'm going to do, but. I'm uncomfortable going against the officer's recommendation. I'm uncomfortable not paying heed to the amenity part of the local plan, but I can't dismiss the views of the parish council, district, county. So I'm struggling, but I will make a decision, I promise.
Members, the reason I pinpointed a couple of members is because that's what I'm gathering. There's a feeling of indecision. So what I think, if we take a different scenario, not this, if officers had recommended approval and there was a sensation of feeling that people might want to refuse, the way we would handle that is we'd say, what would be your reasons for refusal? And we'd check with legal to make sure that they were reasonable reasons for and material reasons for refusal. In this case, the thing that's that some people might want, and some have said that they would be minded to approve if that could be sorted out, and we're talking about the highways issue. And I'm just wondering if we take, would it be sense to take some time to consider what we might put in as a condition for highways? Or are you not happy with that, Vanessa? Sorry, can we just take some legal advice here?
We will need to take some time because highways have objected to this. So, yeah, we'll need to take some time.
Rebecca?
I agree. Highways have objected and said it couldn't be, they've not said it could be dealt with by way of condition, which would be their normal response. And so if we would be looking to, I've just been attacked by a green fly.
I think they've said that it's not supported by sufficient transport information.
Yes, so I would want the wording of any condition to be agreed by highways before we put it to you.
Before you put it to the vote, in case we vote in favour, because you'd need to have something in place. Because I'm trying to decide in my own mind whether we try and work up some wording that would cover concerns about highways before we vote, in case that vote is in favour, so that we've got something in place. Having said that, the other option, and I'm looking to Vanessa for this as well, is we might just go to a vote anyway. Can you advise us?
That's within the gift of the committee, but we can't condition the highway without highway comments.
Yes, exactly. So we can't. Okay, right.
We could get them. You know, we can. We just need some time. Yeah.
Right. I'm going to take. Sorry, Councillor Ariel Khan.
Could we contact Highways and get their opinion?
It can be dealt with.
Yeah.
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 Okay. Do we know how much time we might need for that?
Between 20 and 30 minutes. But if I just at this point, Councillor Martin Khan asked a question on overhanging branches. You asked a question on overhanging branches.
No, I was asking whether between the street view that we saw, which is 13 years old, in which the hedge was tiny and you could see you had a much more open view, and the current situation where the hedge is very large and bushy, it has changed the view. And my question is whether one could condition the management of the hedgerows. I thought probably you couldn't, but on a private residential property in the front, or whether that would be impossible, because there'll be quite a lot of screening at present as it is because of the hedgerows, but if we, maybe they would then cut them in the future, and what degrees of power do we have to?
I did speak to one of our in-house tree officers yesterday on that point. I think we could condition that the hedgerow has to be remained, and we can condition to the size. It has to be, for example, 1 or 1.5 metres high, and we can condition it perhaps its width, so it could be enforceable. And we could say any alterations to the hedgerow would require approval by the local planning authority.
So that would be a boundary treatment.
It wouldn't be a boundary treatment. It would be a condition that makes the hedgerow retain to.
Yeah, but they might then go and put up a 7-foot close boarded fence, mightn't they?
Could we PD rights remove that? No.
I think if I may suggest, I'll come to you, Councillor Richard Williams, but I think what I'm feeling we need to do is to clarify. Sorry, can you just give me some minutes with the officer? Just one moment. Thank you for your patience, members. Right. If I can just explain the situation. If we were to go for a vote, if we go for a vote, we're voting in this case on the officer recommendation. So if, for example, we were to agree with the officer recommendation to refuse, then that would be it. If we were to vote against the officer recommendation, which we can do shortly, if we were to object to the officer recommendation, we can then pause at that point. We would need to take an adjournment to agree any conditions we then wanted to apply to approval. So we would then need to adjourn for 15-20 minutes to get some wording from the County Council. Okay, so that's the situation that we're in. That's what I'm proposing to do, says she, looking across at Vanessa. So this would be, I'm proposing, since we've talked around it quite a lot, a lot of people have said they're not quite sure which way they feel. The reason I was suggesting, Vanessa, that we might want to understand the wording of the condition first is to give members some certainty about what we're asking County Council to provide us with. But the suggestion is that we go to a vote on whether we agree the officer recommendation of refusal or not. And if we don't agree, we then have a pause to work out a condition, and then we would then take a vote on that condition. Okay? So that's what I'm proposing we do. Can you confirm that's what makes sense? Vanessa, would you like to advise?
You can proceed with that, or we can adjourn now and we can try and speak to Highways, which we should be able to do, but we will need a few minutes.
So I would personally prefer to do that, actually. I would prefer we had some wording from Highways before we go to a decision. Great. So can I suggest we adjourn for, let's say, 15 minutes or longer if we... Okay. Right, okay.
Well,
we'd still be quorum without you, I'm sorry, but yeah. So, can I just ask members, I'm not going to ask you to vote on it, but would you prefer to have some guidance from Highways before we go to a vote?
Can we guarantee that we will have that guidance? Can you guarantee me the county will give us that guidance?
We can't guarantee
because we're not sure if any county officers are there.
Highway officers
We'll do our best in the shortest time possible, I think. Councillor Cant, briefly?
I would simply want to say that I would want to know the potential conditions were we to approve it before I made the decision.
That's my view. And were there others, Councillor Williams?
So can I just clarify, Chair, though, that all members of the committee are able to stay, because I think given this could be a close vote, I don't think we should do anything that means that some people have to leave and then can't vote, and that may affect...
Sorry, I'm losing... Do you say...
Can we just check that all members are able to stay for 20 minutes? Okay. I think it would be undesirable if somebody had to leave.
Are members able to stay for 20 minutes? Hands up? Yeah? Good. So we'd still be quorum. Great. Let's do that then. I suggest we adjourn now, seek guidance from County, and it's 14:39. I suggest we reconvene at 5 to 3, and we'll take it from there. Okay, members? Thank you very much indeed. Back here at 5 to 3. Thank you. Thank you very much. Members, thank you for your patience. We're back still at agenda item 9. It's now 6 minutes past 3. We've just waited in order to get a response to a draft condition that we sent to County Council, County Highways. So, Rebecca, could you take us through that, please?
Well, we have a whole raft of conditions, I think there's about 30, that the officers would be suggesting if committee were minded to overturn officer recommendation and approve the application. There would be a condition relating to the provision of the visibility displays on each side of the vehicular access and a plan showing those to be approved in writing prior to occupation, and that those displays shall be retained and maintained free from any obstruction exceeding 0.6 metres above the level of the adjacent highway. And a second condition, wording to be worked upon, but relating to, prior to first occupation, the footway between the proposed 2 dwellings and the relocated churchyard access to be complete and open to the public in accordance with a scheme that would need to be approved by the local highways authority. And then they would also like an informative relating to advising that granting planning permission doesn't constitute a permission or licence to develop or carry out works that interferes or disturbs with the public highway, including rights of way, and that a separate licence and permission must be sought from the Highways Authority. There would also obviously be heads of terms in the section 106 relating to public footpath along West Wickham Road, as well as all the, there's a raft of things for the section 106, but they're the ones that relate to the highways matters.
Thank you, Rebecca. Can I just clarify? It wasn't clear to me that a public footpath along West Wickham Road on the west side, the church side, was possible, because I wasn't sure that land was in the right ownership.
That's why it would need to be in the section 106, because it's outside of the site, but would need to be included. And I think it was shown on one of the plans, if Nick can get it up, to improve highway safety along that element.
So we've got a recommendation of conditions from highways. Can I just repeat?
I was going to say, did you want Nick here? He's got also a list of kind of the general headings for conditions that officers recommend, rather than, I mean, I've just talked through the highways ones, but there is quite a raft.
Sorry, just before you go.
So the implication is that if we were to vote to approve, then a condition would insist upon there being a footpath along the road, which would have a visual implication. I think members ought to be perhaps aware of that in terms of their consideration of their decision.
So I think the site plan that was submitted as part of the application indicated that footpath along West Wickham Road. I'll get my words in the right order, sorry.
Okay, and I think Nick has displayed on the screen a list of the headings under which conditions would be drafted. Excuse me.
Yeah, so in addition to the 2 highway conditions that Rebecca has just said, there'll be a time limit condition, approved drawings, a written scheme of investigation that was suggested by the archaeological officer, surface and foul water schemes, surface water flooding mitigation, the details of the allotments car parking and access details, a traffic management plan during construction phases, the external materials, a phase 1 desk study, which was suggested by the land contamination officer, a verification report, unexpected contamination, biodiversity net gain, hard and soft landscaping, a 10% carbon emissions, construction hours, water consumption, Wi-Fi, an ARB method statement, trees to be retained, replacement planting details. In 5 years, if the trees become damaged, it means they have to be replaced. Hedgerows retained, lighting biodiversity condition and eco enhancements. No planting within 2 metres of the existing public right-of-way, which was suggested by the public right-of-way officer. Foundations, crime prevention details, bin and bike stores provided, cycles for allotments, bound materials, falls and levels, and then there would be PD rights removed for, this is for fencing, and then there would also be PD rights removed for any enlargements or alterations to the dwelling, noting they're in quite a sensitive location due to the heritage and the protection.
Say on number 34, PD rights removed for fencing.
Yeah, that's correct. The reason why I wanted to remove the PD rights for fencing is because we've conditioned that the hedgerows should be retained. And I think, as you mentioned, Chair, previously, we wouldn't want a fence to go up behind the hedgerow and block that, so that's why.
And then if I can jump in as well, sorry Nick, suggestions for the heads of terms would be actually the re-provision of the allotments, provision of the circular walk, application for adoption of as a public right-of-way, the provision of the woodland, public access to the burial ground, because there's that footpath still that would need to be in place. As I mentioned, the public footpath along West Wickham Road, the contribution for the maintenance of the woodland and the grass area, sorry, don't know what happened to my mic, and then also a management and maintenance plan for the woodland post that initial 5 years where the contribution's been proposed. Thank you.
Right, the highway conditions, County Council have confirmed that they would find those acceptable. The heads of terms, as Rebecca has just described, cover the ensuring that there's all those things that were promised: the circular walk, public access, the footpath, maintenance of woodland, and the maintenance of plan for the woodland beyond the initial 5-year term. And then the list that Nick put up gave a list of conditions. However, members, I would remind us that those are only headings, and it's unusual to be making a decision when, in the absence of the detail. So, I'm minded to go to the vote, unless anybody would like to make a comment or question first. Right. Yes.
Propose we go to the vote.
Thank you very much, and I'll second that. So, the recommendation, sorry, Rebecca, would you like to rehearse so the recommendation is on page 91 at item 10. So this, members, would be a decision on whether we accept or refuse the officer recommendation.
Yes, so the officer recommendation is for refusal, with the 1, 2, 3 reasons for refusal set out on page 91 of the report.
Members, we've had a very quick run through of all those conditions, some of which may allay some concerns that members had. So we'll go to the vote. So this is, can you set up the electronic vote? So members, if you wish to support the officer recommendation of refusal, we vote yes. If you do not support the officer recommendation of refusal, in fact, if you want to go ahead with the application, you vote no. We've got one missing. There should be 10. Okay, right. You can do that on the thing by pressing yellow, well, the yellow button. Press the blue button first. Yeah, okay. So everyone's voted. So we have 3 in favour of the officer recommendation of refusal. We have 6 against that and 1 abstention. So that means we've declined the recommendation. And we have a list of conditions that, and heads of term. So can I just ask officers, thank you, Councillor Howell, for staying for the vote. My understanding is then that thank you for taking the trouble to get the comment from County Council. So we leave you to draw up the details of the conditions. We don't need to take any further vote, that's good. We leave you to take up the details of the heads of terms and the conditions and the highway conditions included.
That would be my understanding, that the committee is minded to approve the application subject to the conditions that Nick talked through and the section 106 heads of terms that I spoke through.
Yes, great. Members, that's it then, until for that application. Thank you very much indeed. So, people of Horseheath Parish Council, that has been approved. Okay, thank you very much indeed for waiting to hear the answer. Can I just clarify when those conditions and heads of terms would be clarified so that the Parish Council could see them?
They should be listed in the minutes of this committee meeting.
Lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Right. Could you take the vote down, please? So we'll move on then, members. Thank you for your patience. We'll move on to item 12, which is the compliance report. And this has come from Chris Braybrook, but I think is due to be, if there are any questions on it, I think they would be directed to, thank you very much, Nick. They would be directed to Rebecca Smith. So, members, any questions on the compliance report?
Could I just draw attention to a couple of bits in the report?
Yes, sure. Yes, sorry.
On page 121, the Senior Technical Support Officer has identified that there's some incorrect local authority codes within the data, which has meant that old compliance cases didn't have a unique property reference, and so there's been some issues with the data, and so there may be the distribution between which cases are South Cambs and which aren't is not correct, and he's working on it. There's about 240 cases in our system which don't have a unique property reference, so that it could be that a proportion of those, in addition to the 392 that are identifiable as South Cambridgeshires, could actually also fall within South Cambridgeshire. So he's in the process of getting the system updated, but that relies on people externally to the council to provide the correct information on unique property references, which then we'll be able to input into our system. Also on the same page, Councillor Heather Williams had asked that older cases that were more than 6 months old were reviewed to see whether they fell against the priority A, B or C's. This work has now been undertaken in May, and so the statistical figures in the appendices now include the older cases. But unfortunately, by doing that, It's had an unexpected impact on our data, so because obviously we allocated them against A, B or C, but then we don't have the data on when the site visits were carried out, which is, so it looks like our site visits for this month at least that we're reporting have taken significantly longer because there's some 2-3-year-old cases that have been imported, but in theory that should only affect May's data, and so by the time we come to the next report, June, which will come to July's committee, then hopefully that will have sorted itself out. And then finally, in one of the other appendices, Appendix 3, there's a Levelling Up and Regeneration Act update for members to digest.
Yes, indeed.
In their own time.
Could I just clarify, on the point that you made at the beginning about the figures at Appendix 2 relating to cases, all enforcement cases within the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Area, is the implication that some of the cases listed were actually in the city and not in South Cambs, or is it outside the boundary, you know, in Bedford or Suffolk? Or
no, so it's if you look at the first bullet point, it says on the 1st of June there were 663 open cases in Greater Cambridge, of which 309...
Sorry, which bullet point are you referring to?
The number 1 of the report in the executive summary, so on page 119. So on the 1st of June, there were 663 open cases in South Cambridgeshire and Cambridge City. 392 were identifiable as in South Cambridgeshire. However, out of that 663, there are around 240 old cases that don't have a unique property reference, so they've not been attributed to either one local authority area or the other. So it could be that a proportion of those
could be either South Cambs or City.
Yeah, and they add on to that 392.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, any questions? I'll take some notes.
Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, there are a lot of cases open, and there are quite a number of cases across the two authorities that are over 6 months old, so over 400 across the two authorities, 248 for South Cambs. Is there a programme to try and clear that backlog? And I say that with great sympathy to the compliance officers, of which I think we've got 6, which is not all that many people, and that's a huge backlog. But is there a sort of programme to try and clear that?
Okay, let's ask the question.
We have 5 compliance officers at present. I think that Chris has detailed who they are. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5 compliance officers at present. And yes, we do have a programme. So myself and Chris have been going through the oldest oldest cases, and reviewing those from the oldest ones forward. We also are, I think, as I've made you aware previously, we have restructured the team as of this month, so they are now split east-west, the same as the DM teams, so they will be working more as teams and working closer with the development management teams, and as part of that, they are going to be, I say triaging, they say screening, I think it's one and the same thing, cases as they come in, so that there'll be less cases actually potentially moving forward to the compliance officers that are being opened up, because they'll be screened as soon as they come in to see whether or not they need further investigation. And then as part of that, they're also reviewing themselves on a programme, their more historic cases, and we're reviewing those as a team to see whether or not they still require further investigation, whether they are progressing, or whether or not, in fact, they are not breaches that need any further work on. So yes, it's work in progress, and we currently have an advert for a principal compliance officer, which closed on Monday, and Chris and I are interviewing candidates next week, and we also have an advert out at present for a second principal compliance officer. So hopefully, over the summer, the team should actually, for the first time in a while, be fully staffed.
Great, that's really good news, thank you. Does anybody have any other questions for Rebecca? No, I can't see any. I don't think I had any. Councillor Garvey.
We've got one in our parish, and it's been a couple of years now, and I don't get to hear what's happening. I don't know whether you let councillors know what's happening.
Is this a case that is in breach of planning?
Yes, yes. And
can I suggest that you contact the officers directly and ask them? Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No, okay, righto. So thank you very much. I appreciate that you've got that unexpected extra job to do. That's all before coffee. Right. Okay, thank you very much. And can I say that that indicates to me, you know, the fact that, as you've said, that our senior technical support officer spotted this, you know, it shows that our officers are really up to scratch with what is going on. They have had a sufficient understanding to understand that something's out of the norm and have identified it. So thank you very much indeed for that. Councillor Fay?
Are you about to close the meeting?
No, we've got the appeals to do next. So thank you very much indeed. Item 13 is appeals. On page 129, I wanted to ask myself on Appendix 1, we have had one appeal allowed. This was the land off Station Road in Linton. Can I just ask what was the sort of thought process in that obviously the members refused it? Sorry, it was a delegated decision and it was allowed on appeal?
I can come back to you with the details of that.
Okay. Members, if anybody has any other questions about items that are on the appeals, would you like to email Rebecca with them as time's going on? Is that okay? Righto. So, members, if you have no other questions that need urgent attention, I'll draw the meeting to a close at 15:28. Thank you so much for your patience. I think that was worth it, was it not? So thank you very much indeed. And I'll close the meeting now. Thank you. Can you take us offline, please?